What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday, girl. We are here to get into some updates. There is a lot going on as the world turns, girl. You already see what's in the title and you know what we're here to talk about. But before we get into the thick of this dialogue, make sure that you guys definitely thumbs up the video. Once again, thumbing up is single-handedly the most important thing you can do for any live stream here on the Consciouztv platform. Also, thumbing up triggers up the notification system, and it is a personal invitation to all the other Conscious Crew members who have no idea that we're live and in mother loving color. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies, girl. We are at 43.5. Oh, it's 100 people done jumped up in here, girl. Period. I love that y'all here for like news and these type of this type of content as well. It really joys my heart, honey. It allows me to diversify my portfolio. So shout out to everybody in the building, okay? But congratulations, shout out to the Conscious Crew for the 43.5. I told y'all we're working, honey, okay? And I can't do this alone. It takes you guys to thumbs up. It takes you guys to share, you guys to engage, you guys to spread the word about the platform and to let everybody know who your favorite content creator is, child, for us to progress out here on this grind each child. And unlike the other girls, baby, I puts in the work, okay? We be working down to the ground, baby. Okay. So shout out to y'all. So happy for me. So happy for you all. So happy to see it. Progress is very affirming. And there's more to come. So on to 43.6 and on up, child. Let's do it. Okay. Make sure that your notification bell is set to all because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. Okay. And last but not least, please share this stream out to wherever it is you have digital media, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be on YouTube, whether that be on Instagram, whether that be on Twitter, the dark side of Tumblr, your personal OF. I don't give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we are loud, live, and in color. And you know they're mad about it. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I am Vicky, who says, finally catching you live, period. And thank you so much, Miss Hill. CTV, you're credible and professional. That is why we love you, period. And I will continue to be just that. Hey, y'all. So before we get started, I want to shout out, girl. I got a Cash App just from setting up the watch page, okay? So I want to shout out Bring the Mess TV. Thank you so much, love, for your Cash App, child, okay? The Conscious Crew members are competing out here, okay? If people are starting cash apping me as the intro is playing, now other Conscious Crew members say, the hell with that, baby. I'll do one better. I will cash app them when the watch page goes up. Oh, period. I ain't bad at it. Bring the Best TV says, let me read the caption here. How doing? Says, for you working hard, period. Okay, paying me for my worth. And I got another Cash App. Thank you, my baby mother Kiwana, for it's not much, but thank you. Oh, this is a whole lot, Kiwana girl. If this ain't much to you, baby, then I know you balling, baby. Okay, because this is definitely enough, child. Thank you, Kiwana. Thank you, Bring the Mess, my baby mothers. And I want to shout out yesterday. Thank you, Tiff. And you did not have to apologize. You know, it's hard to remember that type of stuff when it comes to these platforms, etc. So it's no problem. But thank you so much for your seed, baby mama. And I also want to thank Natasha and my baby mother FB from yesterday as well. You guys know that all PayPal, Cash App donations are in the link in description box below. And also shout out to Sister Michelle, okay, who always hitting the PayPal up, blessing the shaman, okay. She really enjoyed the women's panel that was hosted by our very own D, the Equalizer. Day before yesterday, had an all-women's panel. It was really incredible. Looking forward to doing more collaborations with D and having her get the girls information and to engage these riveting subjects around feminism and conservativeness and modesty and radicalness and freedom and empowerment and, you know, exploring what the aspects of femininity is and just, you know, all things that women need a space to be together on and to build with and to challenge each other respectfully. And it was so well done. And I encourage you all to please check out that commentary. Now, with that being said, these are a few church announcements. You guys know that I'm going to be turning Consciouztv into Consciouztv Network. Okay. And it's going to operate like any other network. We're going to have sponsors. I'm going to be adding some new talent to the Consciouztv Network. They're going to be holding down their area of expertise. So there's going to be influencers who are going to be doing political shows on the platform, political segments. There's going to be D the Equalizer, who's going to be getting into the Black woman that are loose segments, okay? And it's going to be almost like, it's going to be like a cable network where you can have various influencers that you can watch, you can engage. There's going to be various content that's going to be provided. So you won't just be seeing my face, okay? This is something that I've been working on for a while and an idea that I've been carving out. So we have a lot of things that are coming, okay? A lot of things that are coming down the pipeline that I am super excited about. Oh, I think I got another Cash App. Hold on. Oh, my baby mother, rumors and tea. Good damn it. Hold on, honey. She done send a piece of coin. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, baby mama, rumors and tea on period for working, okay? Thank you so much, my gorgeous moderator and content creator, etc. My faithful, committed baby mama. Thank you so much, darling. I love you. God bless you all. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Okay. So, and shout out to the 300 of y'all. Please thumbs up as you guys are coming into the sanctuary, honey. The ushers, aka the moderators, will help y'all to gather and to find y'all seatings appropriately. Okay. No coming to the pulpit, baby. The king is off limits when he's in his anointing bag. Okay. When he is preaching bag. Okay. No throwing your panties on stage. No throwing your jock string on stage. My niggas, keep your do-rags on. Okay. Keep all paraphernalia off the pulpit. Okay. Let me shout out some of y'all in the chat as well. Hey, Law for Life. What's going on, Keena? Hey, Silverist. What's going on, Lady D? Hi, Dreaming Edmund. Hey, Sister Phyllis. Hey, Star. What's going on? Oh, my goodness. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, y'all. What's going on, everybody? Hey, Queen Keish. What's going on, Ladybugs? Hey, Coco. Hey, Marsha. What's going on, Jessica? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Tessa? What's going on, Media News? What's going on, Sam? Okay, y'all. I can't speak to everybody. Hey, Morky Mom. All right, so let's get into some things, child. So, you guys, first of all, shout out to the street community for keeping me informed. I am literally somebody who cannot be everywhere at all times. I don't have the time to be over on TikTok, to be over on YouTube, to be over on Instagram. You know, I don't watch everybody. I don't see everything. And this is why the street committee is so significant, because you guys will share with me what you guys are looking at, etc., and things that I didn't know about, things that I may not have covered. You guys provide me the information and said links, and then I'm able to, you know, build upon the picture and complete it. So thank you to the street committee members. Do never feel guilty for blowing up my inbox. Never feel guilty or like you're overwhelming me for blowing my emails up. If I'm covering a story and you got any tea, you see anything going on, etc., that can add to the story, send that shit to me. Blow the box up, okay? That's what it's there for. So never feel ashamed, never feel nervous, don't have no anxiety, no nothing, honey. Blow my shit up and give me the tea. Okay? All right. So first thing we got to get into, you guys, is brief recap. You guys know Alabama woman Carlethia, aka Carlee Nicole Russell, 25-year-old Alabama woman out in Hoover, Alabama, went missing on the 13th of July at 9:30 p.m. after she had after she was on her way home from work and then picking up food to take back home to her parents, in which she lived with, when she thought she saw a wandering toddler on I-459. She called the police and alerted them that there was a toddler that was wandering the interstate, and then she called her sister-in-law, who remained on the phone with her through the whole ordeal. Carlethia was so convinced that she had saw a toddler wandering I-459 that she bust a U-turn and drove up the right side shoulder of the interstate until she got to where I guess she believed the toddler was. We have traffic cam footage that was stationary and shows the entire moment that Carlee was driving up the shoulder of the interstate. It showed her getting out of the driver's side of her vehicle, making her way around the back side of the vehicle to the passenger front driver's seat, etc., where she opens the door, she gets in, and as this is all happening, Carlee's sister-in-law is on the phone with her, and so Carlee's sister-in-law reported hearing Carlee interact with this alleged child. She could hear all of Carlee's responses, where she was asking the toddler, "Hey, are you okay?" etc. But she never heard the toddler respond. And then she heard a scream. A single scream was emitted from Carlee, and then Carlee just disappears. Now, the initial footage we got from the traffic cam footage was very grainy, and it was at nighttime. But for those of us who have a master's degree in nosology, girl, that did not stop us from being able to see every crook, crevice, shadow, etc. girl, okay? That footage might as well should have been shot in broad daylight for those of us who got our masters in nosology, baby. Okay, the darkness don't stop us, honey. Okay, walls don't stop us. Brick or mortar don't stop us, baby. Okay, nosiness is going to persevere, period. Okay, but someone on the internet had luckily taken that footage and put it through an editor where they were able to brighten the video to the point that it was able to appear as though this took place in the evening rather than, 9:30 at night. And this video was exceptionally well lit. We analyzed that video last night when we came back to give breakthrough news, which was that Carlee had been found, or rather than she had came forward. Okay. Now, when Carlee initially disappeared and her in-law heard her over the phone emit this single scream, okay, police had pulled up about 60 seconds or a minute and a half later. It was literally within a minute plus, that the officer responding to the 911 call about the toddler pulled up, and they did not find Carlee. They found no sign of a baby. Okay, what they did find was her hat. They found her wig. They found her earbuds. They found her Apple Watch. They found her purse. Her car obviously was still running. High beams were still on. Key was still in the engine, etc. They searched for her in the area in which her car was, etc. They scavenged all of that. Found no signs of Carlee or a baby. Okay, the very next day, a rescue effort involving 100 rescuers were on deck with patrol dogs, etc., to scan the land for any sign of Carlee. This went on for 2 days, this massive search. The family, which involved the mother, Carlethia Russell, and I'm assuming Carlethia's sister, which would have been Carlee's aunt or maybe even grandmama, I'm not really sure, came forward to speak to press, asking for prayers, etc. Crime Stoppers offered up $5,000 for a safe return of Carlee, and another private donor offered up $25,000 for the safe return of Carlee. So it was also really amazing to see all of this effort and funding and intentionality behind finding this Black woman, because you guys know that Black women are disproportionately represented as it relates to missing person reports, etc. Usually there is no funding. Their stories do not become national or sensationalized. They do not have the luxury of publicity, etc. This is something that mayonnaise women have a lot of access to because they are valued in this white male patriarchal system, but Black women oftentimes fall short of those efforts when it comes to Black girls and Black women going missing. So this was really phenomenal that Alabama pulled out all of the stunts, girl. They pulled out all of the things, girl. Well, we had to come back last night because breaking news was Carlee showed up at the house, and she showed up alone, and her parents called 911, firefighters and 911 dispatch medical to the scene to evaluate Carlee. From there, she was taken to a local hospital. Reporters reported that Carlee appeared to them to be in a state of shock. And then that was that. Well, first and foremost, I want to say, girl, you guys know, upon seeing the footage, we ruled out a lot of things because there were just things that we didn't see in the actual footage. We did not see Carlee leave her vehicle after she opened her passenger side door and sat inside. We did not see any of the shadows interacting with the vehicle, which would have been another human being, snatching her up out of her hair, snatching her up out of her hat, etc. There would have been a lot of activity that would have been transpiring, considering that she didn't have her hat or her unit on. Now, I will also say this. Carlee may have taken her hat and wig off after she left the restaurant she got food at, because at this point, baby, she don't plan on making no more stops. This was her last stop, was at the restaurant, girl. She headed straight home, honey, and she need to be bald-headed and free, okay? Because Black women be ready to take off them heels to free them bunions at the end of the workday, girl, and they be ready to snatch all that shit up off their head, girl, at the end of the day, girl. So it's possible that she could have dislodged her own wig, okay, upon leaving the restaurant, because she, was only going to be going from there straight home. So who really gave a damn, okay? Or, it could have been due to her ass being zapped into another dimension. Now, a lot of people were really even more kind of weirded out because she wasn't found by rescuers. She just popped up at home. She just popped up at the house. And then there was a rumor that had came out that she was at the Red Roof Inn. And then, people were saying that might have been false. That might have been, somebody trolling the situation. Or it could have been that was the first business that Carlee was able to reach upon coming out of whatever experience she had, was the Red Roof. And from there, she was able to get transported home to her parents, etc. Now, a lot of people asking, girl, I'm thinking, girl, Crime Stoppers put up $5,000 for a safe return. Then a private donor put up $25,000 for a safe return, bitch. I'm thinking, baby, this is what inspired and motivated Miss Russell, girl, to turn her damn self in, baby. She found her damn self, baby, when she got whiffed, girl. That $30,000 was up in the air, baby. Okay? Miss Carlee is like, girl, run me my coin, baby. When y'all start talking bank, baby, big bank, baby. Okay? When y'all put that type of monies on my head, baby, run me the munties, baby. I'll be damned if rescuers and things claim that $30,000, baby. I turned my damn, baby, I found myself. What's up with the $30K, baby? Okay? Run Miss Russell her motherfucking money, period. Okay? So she was at the hospital. Now, we're going to get into a police report, okay? Not a police report, but police spoke out. Alabama police spoke out and made statements. Hold on, you guys. I got another Cash App chat. Hold on. And if you're new here, subscribe, baby. We get into all the things, baby. Hold on. Oh, my baby mother. Thank you so much, Jessica, for did you see my IG? Oh, yes, of course I did, honey. I just didn't have time to respond, but I definitely saw and read it. I had hearted your messages. Did you see my IG message about the time? Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it too, because I was doing a lot at the time that you was messaging me, Jessica, but I'll go back and look at it. Let me, okay. All right, so police spoke out to media, you guys. So let's get into what Alabama police said, okay? For one, how doing? Okay, this is courtesy of CNN, okay? Courtesy of Miss CNN. All right, so as you guys can see here, Alabama woman who went missing after reporting a toddler walking on the interstate has returned home, police say. An Alabama woman who went missing after telling a 911 dispatcher that she saw a toddler walking alone on the side of an interstate has returned home, authorities said. Carlethia Carlee Nicole Russell, 25 years of age, has been missing since Thursday night when she called 911 and told a dispatcher that she saw the child on the side of Interstate 459 South. After the call, Russell stopped her vehicle to check on the toddler and called a family member who lost contact with her, though the line remained open, according to the Hoover Police Department. When officers arrived at the scene, they found Russell's vehicle and some of her belongings, including her phone, but no sign of her or the child, according to police. At 10:45 p.m. Saturday, the Hoover 911 Center received a call that Russell had returned home. Hoover police said in a Saturday news release, quote, Hoover fire medics responded to the scene to assess Carlee and transported her to a local hospital for evaluation. The news release states police also responded to the scene to investigate, according to the release. It's unclear where Russell had been since Thursday, and no further details were provided. I want you guys to remember this statement here. It's unclear where Russell had been since Thursday, and no further details were provided. Additional information will be provided when it becomes available, police have said. Remember that whole statement, you guys. We're going to revisit that. Hold on. Let me take a swish of water. Let me quench my thirst, girl. Hold on. Okay. The police department is very happy that Russell has returned home safely. Hoover Police Chief Nicole thangzzzz told CNN affiliate WBRC, quote, we wanted her to come home safe and sound, and we'll hope that that's what happened here, he said. And I couldn't be more excited, and I hope the community feels the same way. Quote, the first thing is to give Carlee and family a little time to get themselves back together, he said. WRBC reported, quote, I know it's been a tough experience for them. When we think it's time to sit down and have a conversation with Carlee and try to get some facts, we'll do just that. News of Russell's disappearance sparked a frenzied 48-hour search effort across the area, with police offering a reward of $25,000. thangzzzz said that at times up to 50 or 60 police officers were working on the case. Shout out to Alabama. There are times you get overwhelmed. The story kept getting bigger and bigger, he told WBRC. Hoover, a prominent suburban of Birmingham, is located just south of the city, okay? So as you guys see here, girl, police are thumbs up the video. Shout out to the 700 plus folk in the building. I'm also getting more cash apps because we're working and we're fabulous. And girl, I'm deserving. Thank you so much. How doing? Oh, I didn't heart it. How doing? Thank you, Coco. Oh, Coco. Baby, I'm in love with that Coco. Thank you so much, baby mama, baby. Y'all got me popping right now. Y'all getting me litty right now. Thanks for sharing yourself with us. Thank you all for sharing you all with me, baby. This is a collaborative effort, child. Okay? So thank you so much, love. God bless you. So as you guys just heard, they have not necessarily investigated the situation yet. They're giving Carlee and her family time to breathe, etc. They are going to let her process everything, and they're going to respect that. And when they feel that it's time to sit down with her and get some answers about what happened to her and how did she vanish out of thin air and where was she for 2 days and how did she get back home and etc. Okay, now there's that, and I want you guys to remember that because we're gonna revisit all this. Okay, we're gonna revisit all of this, girl. I'm gonna give my commentary on all of this, child. Okay, hold on. Let me stop sharing my screen, girl. I don't want one of y'all men's peen pics to pop up. Okay, I got the right DMs opened up, girl. You know, the men's be meaning in my DMs, girl. Okay, now since then, Carlee's boyfriend has spoken out. He was rather, some people felt he was rather silent through this process, etc. There was no reason for him to be unnecessarily outspoken. I'm sure he had anxiety. I'm sure he was depressed. I'm sure he already was just shocked and appalled and scared and just trying to figure out what the hell was really going on rather than catering to social media or the media. But he has officially come forward and spoken out, and this is courtesy of Neighborhood Talks. What's going on, Neo X? Hey, dear Yvette. What's going on, Vicky? Hi, Perles. Hey, boo. Hey, baby. Angel. Hey, y'all. Okay, let me share my screen again, girl. Courtesy of Neighborhood Talk. All right. So, Neighborhood Talk captioned the screenshots from Carlee's boyfriend as Carlee Russell's boyfriend speaks out, thanks Christ for saving his girlfriend's life. Quote, she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours. So until she's physically and mentally stable again, she's not able to give any updates. Okay, so let me go ahead and move this banner so you guys can see everything. Just moderators, if y'all can continue to encourage the Bush babies and everybody in the chat to thumbs up the video, I would greatly appreciate that. Love you long time. Okay, so this is how his post begins. I don't even know how to start off this post, but to only say thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for saving my girlfriend's life! Exclamation point. Also, thank you to everyone who shared a picture, came out to the Hoover, met to help us with the search parties, and who went and proceeded to tell other people about Carlee to bring more awareness to her story. I have been going nonstop since I received the call that she was missing on Thursday night. I know she would have done the same for me, so I wasn't going to give up until I saw her face again. I was straight tunnel vision, even when I would get on social media on my downtime and see some of the false allegations and assumptions about me having something to do with her abduction. Wow, would have me discouraged at times, but I didn't give up. I kept my faith. I just want to thank all of my family, friends, and former teammates and church members who called or texted me just to let me know that they're praying and here for me. You guys don't know how much that meant to me. All I ask from everyone right now is to be respectful of Carlee's situation. She was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours. So until she's physically and mentally stable again, she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper at this very moment. I want you guys to remember this part too. I also want to thank the people on social media who has been understanding and respectful about what she's been through in these past few days. Once again, I can't thank you guys enough for helping us bring Carlee home. God bless you all. Heart emoji and prayer hands. Okay, shout out to the 841 viewers in the chat. Thumbs up the video, and if you're new here, definitely subscribe. Okay, and keep your notifications notificating. All right, this is a picture of her and her handsome, big bearded ass husband, who I would definitely, girl, let me keep that to myself, girl. He fine, Carlee, baby. I see why you had to come up out of them damn woods, baby. Okay? Because this man is worth it, girl. He worth stop dropping and rolling out of the wilderness for a child. All them folk who been out here in these streets talking about, oh, she met up with somebody and she was probably doing something she had to and probably met up with somebody. Baby, when your man looking like this, who the hell you gonna meet up with? Except the Viagra specialist, girl. To keep this man manning on you, girl. Who the hell you gonna be meeting up with, girl? Huh? Who? Because, baby, I ain't going nowhere when my man's looking like this, baby, big and chocolate and bearded and muscled and husky and shiny and Just brown, baby. Oh, God. Jesus, take the damn wheel. How doing? Let's move it along. All right, here's more imagery of Carlee girl, okay, giving 613 realness, okay. Here's another image of girl in her fine ball and chain, baby. See, look at that pocketbook, girl. Look at the girl. Do y'all see the chain on this pocketbook, girl? That's actually her man's leash, girl, okay, because when he giving all this body, yada, 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 giving all this masculinity, girl, okay, even your belt accessories have to be your man's doggy leash, girl, just in case, child. Okay, Carlee know what's good. Okay, she's a wise woman. Okay, this is her again, and her big hunk of man, girl, just enjoying fine dining at a Golden Corral grill. Okay, the yellow on the wall just giving Golden Corral, child. Okay, then there's an update. Obviously, she returned home to her parents last night before etc. grill. Okay, and then there's prayers up, missing Alabama woman Carlee found. Okay, so there's that. Okay, now from there, things have gotten interesting. Because this man here came forward, okay, on TikTok. This is before she was found. I think this might have been the next day after the story went up that this Alabama woman had gone missing, claiming to be the brother, okay? Claiming to be the brother. This would have been the brother who is engaged to the girlfriend who was on the phone with Carlee at the time that she went missing after interacting with this damn spiritual entity that was presenting itself as a toddler. Now listen to what he got to say, girl. Okay? And this is covered by Miss Fury. You let me put up an old nasty piece of banner. All right.
Update on our sister in Christ.
Oh, no, hold on. This is the wrong video, actually. Okay, yeah, here it is. Yeah.
So is missing. My sister was traveling on I-459 after leaving work here in Hoover, Alabama. She spotted a toddler and she stopped to render aid as any decent human being with a heart would do. She contacted 911 as she's been taught, and then she spoke with another one of our family members. My family member hears a scream, and then my sister vanishes along with that toddler. Her car and belongings were all left at the scene. We have no idea what she is. This story is not getting the national coverage that it should.
Okay, so music started playing, can't do it. So come to find out, after this fool comes forward with his melted locks, girl, he need to get him a braided wig like Holiday Heart, girl. Get him a braided dreadlock wig, girl. Okay, just save it. He puts out that he's this woman's brother, that his sister has went missing, etc. And then after she's found, I want you to check out his next upload, okay? I want you to specifically listen to the language and the word choice, okay? Now, he just came out in the first video, said he was the brother. This was his sister. She's gone missing, etc. All right, listen to this.
Update on our sister in Christ, Carlee Russell. Thanks to many prayers, many shares, and the efforts of law enforcement and citizens, and especially our TikTok community, I am pleased to announce that Carlee Russell, our sister in Christ, has been found. She has been found, and she's at UAB. This story could have had a tragic ending. There are still lots of unanswered questions, but tonight or this morning, none of that really matters. Carlee Russell is back with her family.
Our sister in Christ has been found. Carlee Russell is back home with her family, not our family, but back home with her family. So this nigga got dragged, okay, on TikTok. People called him out about clout chasing this woman's circumstances and situation, and then his rebuttal was he was talking about sister as in collectively and family as in the collective black family, but that's a whole different damn sentence. Why not actually say what you mean rather than say what you said? Because your ass was clout chasing. There's some very sick ass people out here on the internet, y'all, and they will do anything for clout. Shout out to Cardi B and Offset, girl. Okay, they would do anything, girl. And when I saw this, and shout out to the street committee member who sent me this, it made me think about the Tyree Sampson situation. Do you guys remember Tyree Sampson, the black boy who fell off of the Orlando, Florida drop zone ride to his death? Remember him? I believe he passed away last year or the year before. He was coming down on the drop zone ride and slipped from out of the seat and fell to his death. Okay. And then remember, there was a black woman with a braided wig on who was doing press conferences in front of the drop zone ride at this amusement park, girl. She had all the press there, all the journalists there, girl, and she was saying that she was the cousin of Tyree Sampson, girl, and she was acting a plum damn fool, crying and all, girl, soaking up all the media attention, girl. Come to find out, this woman didn't even know Tyree Sampson from a can of paint on the wall. The family had to come forward and say, we don't know who the hell this woman is, claiming that Tyree is her cousin, and she's so damn heartbroken, etc. This woman plastered all over TV, CNN, ESPN, the damn Animal Channel. That the damn Animal Channel is round here, giving her all this damn clout, and then her rebuttal was, oh, I just felt connected to the story. I just felt like he was a relative. I felt like I had knew him personally. Girl, you sat your ass in front of all these news cameras and completely took away all these resources that the actual biological family could have used because you felt emotionally connected to the damn story. There is some freakazoids out here on the internet, y'all. There is some crazy arse people out here in the world, girl. These folk done lost their damn minds. Lost their minds. And then, as you guys can see here, how doing? Thumbs up the video as you guys are coming in, please. Okay, where is my preview window? Hold on. Where my preview window at? Okay, you guys can see here, going back to Mr. Brother Russell. This mayonnaise man you see here on TikTok is who exposed Mr. Brother of Carlee Russell and was going down the rabbit hole because he had picked up on the nuance of Mr. Russell's language and things and had caught him out. But apparently the audience had already started calling old boy out. So somebody had wrote in this TikToker's comment section and said someone called him out on it. He said he was trying to humanize Carlee Russell by calling her his sister. She's not his biological sister. He doesn't even know the damn woman. Okay? Loony. Folk are cuckoo. But why these kind of people can't go missing? Girl, it's always the wrong folk getting yanked up, snatched up, getting thrown into damn volcanoes and stuff. Girl, why this nigga couldn't have been the one to disappear for 2 days? We really could have appreciated that recess. Why the elementals and the witches of the East, girl, couldn't came and ratchet his ass up out of the passenger side vehicle, girl? Like, where is a diabolical horror movie inspired script when you need one, girl? Huh? It's always the people trying to save the damn day, like a Carlee Russell, trying to save a damn baby. It's always the folk minding their business, just coming home from riots, girl, and got baked chicken and macaroni hot and ready to feed to their starving family. who got to get gathered, girl. Okay, who damn near got to get unalived and be all up in these Crystal Lake ass scenarios, girl. What is the tea? Girl, evil lives on in this world, child. Okay? So, old boy got exposed, pay his ass no mind. Now, I told you guys we needed... Oh, one more thing I want to cover. So, allegedly, there are some 911 audios that are circulating online that are supposed to be from the neighbors who live in the housing complexes that are on the other side of that wooded area that Carlee put her car adjacent to, okay? And in the 911 calls, allegedly, these are neighbors saying that there's a woman with a baby and she's screaming, etc. But there's been no official response from media, from the police department about these alleged 911 calls. I don't believe they are authentic. What happens a lot of times when stories are sensationalized and go viral on the internet is that other clout chasing weirdos who already have content up will change the title of videos that have nothing to do with the situation in question for the sake of click and views and a Google AdSense check. That happens all the time on TikTok. It happens all the time on YouTube, okay? And y'all have probably had stories y'all have been interested in, and then you come to the internet, you come to YouTube, you come to TikTok and type in the situation, and you click on a video that has the title you're looking for of the subject and has a thumbnail to correspond, girl. And then you click the video and it got something to do with Nicki Minaj. So people do that type of stuff all the time. And then you just have people who just troll. People who just troll shit. They just troll situations. They ain't got nothing better else to do, etc. But police did confirm that there were no other calls about a baby, about Carlethia, etc. So it doesn't appear that these audios are authentic at all. Yeah, people are weird as hell. So I would wait until there is an official statement and an official release from credible news sites. If there's going to be a 911 call released right now, Alabama, Hoover police are doing a very great job at communicating with media who are acting as a soundboard for Alabama police. So the Alabama police seems to be very interested in keeping the public as informed as possible about the story. Okay, they've been providing updates every step of the way. So I feel confident in us trusting them to provide whatever the so-called facts are around the situation. So all these alleged 911 audios that are circulating are more than likely inauthentic and not real. And once again, the police had already came forward and said that there was no call in the area about a baby, about a woman, about anything. So they kind of already have dispelled that and debunked that. Now, I want to go back to some things because shit is very weird, honey. Okay, this is a story that, as far as I'm concerned, that continues to get stranger and stranger and stranger. Let's return back to the CNN article, okay? Let's go back to what the police chief said. We wanted her to come home safe and sound, and we'll hope that that's what happened here. And I couldn't be more excited, and I hope the community feels the same way. The first thing is to give Carlee and the family a little time to get themselves back together. I know it's been a rough experience for them. When we think it's time to sit down and have a conversation with Carlee and try to get some facts, we'll do that, okay? Keep what I just read. Quote from the police chief. Okay, let's go back to the brother. To the boyfriend. Okay, because I want yes. Hold on, why I can't oh. Let's go back to the brother statement. I keep saying the brother, the boyfriend, his fine ass. Let's go back to the boyfriend statement. Okay, so here he says she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours. So until she's physically and mentally stable again, she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper at this very moment. Girl, I gotta be honest. It's still giving, shout out to the 1K girl. It's giving missing 411 tease. It's giving supernatural. I find it very interesting that this woman, if we're going with a surface narrative that a human being did something to her and that she was potentially abducted, potentially trafficked, I find it bizarre that the police are going to give her time, because everybody knows that when it comes to a crime, we all learned this on the first 48, that the first 48 hours are the most significant. When a crime has been committed, especially of this nature, and you're going to give the victim time to get themselves together, you're losing traction as it relates to the abductor, as it relates to the criminal, as it relates to the offender, as it relates to the perv. You're losing evidence. You're losing momentum. You're giving them you're giving the offender time to learn about what's going on. They watching the news as well. You're giving them time to get the hell out of Dodge. You're giving them time to clean up any evidence. You're giving them time to destroy evidence. You're giving them time to do all type of shit. It is so weird to me that the police did this massive search on this woman, over 100 participants to search for Carlee. She shows up at her house alone. The parents don't know how she got there. They don't know who dropped her off. They don't know if she got there on foot, whether somebody dropped her off, etc. It's rumored that her cousin brought her home. I doubt that's true, because her cousin, if a relative or somebody she knew had dropped her off, they would have walked her to the door. They would have walked her to the door. Everybody knows at this point what happened to this woman. You're not going to drop your cousin off to the front door by herself, and she apparently is in shock, and she just been found and endured God knows what, and you're just going to drive the fuck off and leave her there. No. So the parents reported that she just showed up and they don't know how she got to the house, etc. She's been in shock, etc. They called the authorities. Okay? Now the police are saying, hey, even though this national this national story involving the potential and alleged abduction of this woman at the hands of human agents have taken place, we're gonna chill and we're gonna give the family. Are you like, I've never heard of this procedure. So what that tells me is it's possible that Carlee gave their ass a supernatural story that really didn't involve what could have been deemed as humans, and they are just gonna let her come down probably of what they believe are hallucinations and psychosis and etc., and see if she'll sober up emotionally and mentally, and then provide a story that's more sensible and rational and logical, because the story they done got right now, they can't work with. The story they got right now, they can't. It ain't nothing to research. It ain't nobody to go after, because the story involves things that ain't logical. The story involves the kidnapping, the disappearance involves some shit that police ain't got no training to deal with. And then the boyfriend also doubles down in his sentiment and says, hey, she been through a lot. She fought for her life for 48 hours. We just want her to recuperate. So nobody is urgent, because, baby, trauma or not, police need answers. If you want your abductee or abductor captured, baby, they'll come right to the hospital room with you. Have your damn head could be missing, bitch. You could have experienced a decapitation. You got 2 black eyes, all your teeth missing, bitch, and you breathing through a damn tube, and police will be right there. Sir, are you in the spirit to talk to us? We need as much information as possible. But Carlee, whatever the hell Carlee provided, they like, baby, give her some damn time, baby. Let her go home and drink some goddamn some lemon tea, baby. Give her an aspirin, honey. Take her to church this coming Sunday. And we are revisit this sugar. Okay? And nobody is interested in having Carlee ass talk right now. And it's probably because her story is unbelievable. That what we saw in that footage on Twitter, which I'm going to put back on the screen because I love that we saw all of nothing, because it confirmed to me, baby, that's some wild, that whatever the explanation is, baby, that it is wild. It's wild, baby. Okay? That there's some elements to this story that is just not going to fit the conventional crime because it didn't involve human agents entirely. This woman literally disappeared out of thin air, disappeared out of the passenger side of her vehicle while talking to what she believed to be a child. When she got up close on what was allegedly a child, she let out a she scrumped when she got up close to this thing that she thought from afar was a toddler, baby. Was it a goddamn leprechaun? Was it a goddamn gnome? What was it? Because I believe that motherfucker transformed on her ass and then transported their ass up out of here. And through the collective prayers of the family, baby, and them pleading the blood and them rebuking things and throwing the crosses on shit, baby, and petitioning God, baby, to return their loved one. And they pulled on the collective unconscious when social media went up on the thing, baby. That, baby, it's them prayers that broke that interdimensional ass transference of her damn body into a whole nother world, the world of the damn faith. And she probably was met with violence because the faith is freaky. Y'all heard about them alien abduction cases, girl, where they be probing people. The faith are the same, girl. Spiritual entities will perform what you will perceive as sex. Sexual assault, child. Now, mind you, we also haven't heard anything about this woman having any prior mental health issues. And something I forgot to mention in my original theory, okay, because before we got the footage, I assumed what everybody else assumed, girl, okay, this was obviously a sex trafficking situation, girl. People pulled up, threw her in a van, etc., drove off with her, etc. But then when we got the traffic cam footage, I couldn't entertain none of that shit because none of that shit was witnessed. Now, let me pull up this footage again, okay? This is what a social media user provided, okay? They put the original footage through an editor and they brightened it up. Look at how well lit this is. And this is Carlee's car right here. Scrolling over, girl. You can see everything. Now remember, allegedly some anonymous tipper told the police that a trucker allegedly said that they saw a gray car parked in front of her and there was a man standing at the window of a vehicle. Obviously, that did not happen. Those observations were not sincere. They were not accurate because we can see that there was no other vehicle parked alongside, behind, or ahead of her, and there was no other person standing to her vehicle or that approached her vehicle because, once again, we got the evidence, okay? Okay, now you see her getting out. She's around the other side of the car right here. She opens the passenger door, okay, which the police found the door open, and then she gets in. She's sitting in the passenger side with this child on the phone. We don't even see her pick up the child. We don't see her, like, she just circles the vehicle and opens the door and sits in it. So where was the child? We didn't see the child. Now, look at this footage before she pulls all the way up. This is well illuminated footage at this point. You don't see a child. Okay? So she's here. Now, look at this. You don't see a shadow. You don't see a child. And look at how close she's driving along the shoulder. Where is the child? Where is this wandering toddler? Because she's about to stop up here where allegedly the child would have been. Where's the child? Where? Her high beams don't highlight a shadow. The high beams from the other pedestrians on the road do not highlight the shadow of a toddler that's wandering. And she's also the only person that saw this goddamn child. As police stated, they got no other calls about a child from anyone. Carlee was the only one who saw the child. She was convinced there was a child. She called the police to come out because of a wandering child. Well, oh God, I'm so glad. So people were saying also, and I didn't even see this until now. I knew it was a sign, but it just became obvious that that's a sign. People were saying, hold on, let me scroll down, that there was a vehicle parked right here. As you guys see, this is a sign. Boom. Okay. And the high beams from this car is highlighting it. But people thought that what was poking out was the actual car. And then when the screenshot was screenshotted, it was screenshotted unilluminated. But now we see the full illumination that this is another road sign here. And it's reflecting off of the high beams of this car here. Okay, you can see it here. See, then it goes back to a shadow. But all this here that's poking out, see, that's a whole sign there. Okay, but as you guys can see, getting back to Carlee, there's no baby. There's no shadow of a baby. And nobody else is calling in or did call in before or after the disappearance. Nobody saw a screaming woman being towed off and yanked out of her wig and hat and dragged into the woods, or a baby for that matter, or other people. And we know that people can see her there because people are getting over to the left lane to avoid hitting her car, to avoid anybody stepping out of the left side of the vehicle. So people literally are looking directly at her. And once again, there's consistent traffic rolling by Carlee. So somebody would have witnessed a bunch of people dragging a woman off. They would have heard the screams. They would have heard all that. It's also weird that the sister-in-law only heard one single scream, not even a consistent struggle, not even a consistent distress scream, just one single ah, as if she literally vanished. Vanished right there. I'm going to fast forward this footage because she just sits there. The traffic cam doesn't go to the left and the right, doesn't go out of frame. It's stationary. It's just sitting right there, showing us the entire space she's in, what's in proximity to her, what's not in proximity to her. She gives off a shadow. That's how we're able to recognize her getting out of the driver's vehicle, going around back and opening up her passenger side, her front passenger door, and getting in. If there would have been any other intruders, we would see their shadows all up and through this. We would see them running off into the woods with her. We would see her ass running off into the woods. She just sitting there. Everything is going as normal. I'm going to speed up because then police come into frame shortly after she gets in the passenger seat, okay? No more than a minute or minute and a half goes by before the police pull up. Okay, boom. Boom. Police pulls up, finds her wig, her hat, her phone, her everything. What the happened to Miss Carlee? What happened? Now, once again, y'all already know how I'm getting down on this commentary, baby. I can't make my eyeballs see shit that just ain't there. I told y'all yesterday, baby. Some people gonna be so pressed to make logical sense of this girl that they gonna claim they see a gray car sitting in front of her car, girl. They gonna claim they see a damn super van, okay? Also parked behind her, girl. They gonna claim that they saw niggas and pit bulls come out and attack Carlee, girl. They gonna claim that they saw all type of shit that ain't in the actual footage and can't be supported by the damn footage. What's going on, Jupiter? Hi. Hey, Nene. And what woman is about to flee her damn car without her damn wig? What black woman about to run without her bald-headed and all, baby? Okay? if she wasn't in the restaurant without her wig and she wasn't at the job at the wig, if she was going to willingly abandon her post, why she going to do that with these penitentiary cornrows that got new growth all up in the middle of them, girl? Why she going to run off, girl, bald-headed, new growth and all? Why? Why would she do that? Baby, she gonna flee cute. Black women don't get down like white women do, baby. It wasn't no reason for her to, and then why she gonna leave all her shit? Those are her valuables. What black woman go at 9:30 at night, leave her phone, her keys in her ignition, her pocketbook, her wig and her hat to go where and to do what? And looking like that for why? What, she gonna willingly just go thrust herself? She was scared. Hell, remember, she called 911. Ain't nobody called 911 on her or called 911 for her. She the one who alerted the damn authorities. And then she was so scared and shook that she called her sister-in-law. So what the hell she gonna abandon the post for? What, she just gonna stop, drop, and roll into the middle of the night, roll into the damn woods? Girl, do you know what's in Alabama woods? Not only are there ancestors, angels, demons, and spirits and portals to hell and heaven, girl. Okay, but there's foxes, wolves, and bears. Oh my. What the hell is she, and where do you see her? You don't, first of all, you don't see her abandon the car, for one. So that scraps that. But even if you're gonna force yourself to believe she did, even though you can't see no evidence of her doing so, why would she leave all her shit there to go wander in the damn wilderness when she calling the damn police because she don't know why a toddler out there wandering? But she gonna get out there and wander too? And then the fact that the police got there shy of a minute and a half, no more than a minute and a half they got there, searched the area and could not find her. Put on a flasher cop equipment, girl. Shine they high beams all into the wilderness, girl. Put out dogs and all. Where the hell she would have went in that fast of a time on foot without her wig, her phone? She would have fled the scene faster in her damn car. Why she gonna get out? Why she gonna willingly just gonna get out and go where and do what? For y'all who believe the woman was out there homing and tricking and hooking up with some damn body, okay, let's entertain y'all theory. Let's say that it was a nigga she was meeting up with, because apparently on the other side of this wooded area is a whole apartment complex. Why she gonna leave her car wide open on the side of the damn highway? And why she gonna see a nigga or go meet up with somebody without her damn wig, her hat, her phone? And why she gonna go run through the woods when she could have just went to the actual neighborhood on the other side? It does have an entry. I be telling y'all, girl, some of y'all not thinking this shit through. Oh, and while I'm on that, girl, I'm so disappointed in social media. I am so disappointed, baby. And this story just highlights another reason why I am so disappointed, because I just cannot believe how people, first and foremost, are at a place where they won't even believe what they see and don't see. And then for two, just will willfully come up with theories that lack total substance, especially in light of evidence. We got a whole footage that makes it so easy to go through the process of elimination. I could see if we didn't have the traffic cam footage. I could see if we just had the narrative. Then it would make sense for people to just let their imaginations run wild, girl. Just anything. Oh, she could have been hooking up with somebody. It could have been a drug deal, go bad. She could have been sex trafficked. Somebody used the baby to lure her in. Sure. But you got actual footage and surveillance that never takes its eye off of this woman's position. Never takes its eye off of the entire area around this woman's vehicle that this woman is parked in, etc. And yet, some of the most unsupported shit would just come out, child. I mean, I guess I appreciate the creative thinking, but when you have facts to also consider, you have to consider the facts. You do have to consider the evidence and then come up with conclusions and theories that make sense according to the facts. You can't just disregard damn facts and just be theory driven. Which is why I had to contemplate a paranormal theory here, because the facts don't afford me to entertain traffickers or a damn baby or any damn thing, because it's nothing about this footage that supports that. Nothing. There ain't a damn part of this footage. And this is the whole interaction right here, this 4-minute clip. You see her coming into frame, where this alleged baby is, and then you see police enter the scene. I just got a nasty piece of Cash App, child. Oh, hold on. I think I got a something. Hold on. Thank you, Diana, for enjoying your commentary. Thank you. So for those of you who don't know what I think, briefly, what I think happened is this woman, for whatever reason, saw a psychic projection, okay? That what she experienced is more so along the lines of the paranormal, more so than it is on the lines of the rational and logic. Go side, girl. That what she saw was an elemental entity that I call the Fae. The Fae are known to shapeshift. They can take the form of children. They can take the form of adults. They can take the form of animals. They can take the form of anything. They're shape-shifting spiritual entities, girl. Okay? And they reside in the woods, girl, which is why certain lands and woods and wilderness and areas have all of this mythology around them and have these stories of the paranormal around them, girl, because strange things happen in certain places and in certain environments, girl. So for whatever reason, Miss Russell was psychically aware and she was able to perceive this thing. And that's supported by the fact that nobody else saw a baby. Nobody else reported a baby. And her in-law, who was on the phone with her, who heard her asking this alleged toddler, was it okay, could not even hear the responses of this alleged toddler. So this was literally something that only she was interacting with. No other 911 call came in from the area about a wandering toddler, etc. And guess what? And then there was somebody named Travis in my chat who's from Alabama who routinely takes I-459, who was saying that road is really, really, really dark and it is hard to see. But if Carlee ass was able to see a damn baby and she was so goddamn convinced that she saw a baby, I mean, to the point, and we know that she was convinced she was interacting with a child because she didn't just see it. She pulled up on it, got out of her car, touched it, and was talking to it while she was on the phone with her in-law. So regardless of how dark and blackened and eternally black and opaque this area is, despite high beams, etc., she saw a damn child. And she was the only one to be able to make out a child. Nobody else did. Nobody else did. Not one other motherfucker is able to corroborate that story. Not nobody else traveling I-459 that night. Nobody else saw a child. And then to make matters more fucking spooky, the woman she was on the phone with could not hear the child with her ears. But Carlee was there interacting with this thing. And then after she asked it, is it okay? And the sister-in-law does not hear a reply. The sister-in-law can hear everything else. The sister-in-law can hear the traffic from the interstate. She can hear Carlee. She can hear the car running. She can hear every damn thing else in the environment, the background noise afterwards, etc. But for whatever reason, she couldn't hear this child. And you know why? Because spirits speak and communicate at certain frequencies. And this entity and Miss Carlee, for whatever reason, were vibrating on the same frequency, at the same vibrational rate. That's why she could see this thing, she could hear this thing, she could interact with this thing, but nobody else could see it. Literally, she was having a I see dead people moment. She was having a sixth sense pineal gland experience for whatever reason. Now, when I entertained this paranormal theory as a result of watching this footage a trillion times, throwing it down, fast forward it, paying attention to every motherfucking detail, keeping my eye on the prize. And I just could not verify other people in the scene. That just wasn't something that took place in this footage. And none of the theories that were out there by social media made any damn sense in lieu of the footage. In my initial narrative, I said, CTV, I said, she could have been having an unconscious psychic experience. But then again, I realized, wait, I don't even know this woman. For all I know, Carlee gets into the hoodoo. She gets into the spiritualism. For all I know, she consciously nurtures this gift. Now, her family wouldn't know that because most Black witches, most Black sorcerers, most Black spiritualists, unless they have like, they're making a living off what they're doing and this is really, they bag. These are more like private endeavors for us. My family don't necessarily know that I'm an occultist. They know that I am unconventional and that I'm spiritual, but they can't, if they had to come and speak about me in the media, they wouldn't refer to my spirituality, and nor do I really talk to them about it because they are very Orthodox Christian. And I'm sure Carlee comes from a regular smuggler Orthodox Christian family as well. So her family wouldn't know about her giftings or her talents or the things that she practices and studies and reads in her off time. They wouldn't know that shit. So for all I know, she's been cultivating her spirituality and opening her pineal gland and practicing Kundalini and unlocking her inner eye. That eye that Christ said shall be filled with light. May your whole body be filled with light and your eye be singular. Maybe, I don't know. But what it appears to be, based upon what we know and the information we got, is that this baby is responsible for her disappearance. And it was something that only Carlee could see, could interact with, could hear, could experience. And then right after she asked this alleged toddler, is it okay? She lets out a scream. Did she let out a scream because this baby transformed into its real form and then teleported their ass out of there? And then as the family realizes something has happened, they begin to pray. They begin to solicit prayers from the public. Those prayers help to break and rebuke and to help to suspend this experience, which allows Carlee a way out. Now, that may sound far-fetched to people who don't know that the supernatural is real, who don't know that ley lines exist, who don't know that vortexes and portals in communities and in wooded areas actually exist. They exist in national parks, etc. That there's whole policies and shit around this shit. That missing persons go missing under these very same circumstances all the time, and they are even more bizarre than this. That people walk into another world all the time in certain areas and based upon where their consciousness is. Hell, I ain't even gonna get into all that because I could really get into it. Okay, so what was this child? Why was Carlee the only one able to see it? Why did the sister-in-law report hearing everything else but a response from this child? She could even hear, after Carlee just let out a single scream, she could hear the background noise. She could hear the traffic. She could hear the 18-wheeler. She could hear everything. She couldn't hear this child. The police didn't find evidence of a child in the area, and nobody else was able to come forward nor called in about a child. And the theories are she was abducted. Okay, cool. Where? Where are the abductors? Where? And let me tell you something about abducting and sex trafficking. Sex traffickers don't drag their victims off on foot. So certainly there would be a vehicle in very close proximity to where she parked. And it would be in a frame. That's how close. Abductors don't attempt to get away. Like real sex traffickers don't attempt to get away on foot and drag their victims off by foot. And not only would they have to drag her ass off, they would have had to drag a baby off as well. That's a lot going on foot, when the police are literally 1 minute, 60 seconds away. Who also saw no evidence of a baby, an abductee, or Carlee. Traffickers will not have risked all of that. When they traffic your ass, they snatch your ass up off the corner and throw your ass into a van. Throw your ass into the backseat of a car. Throw your ass. The car is right adjacent to your ass. They're not dragging your ass off. And then there's all these witnesses on the road. And then just from the abductee standpoint, this whole plan wouldn't even make sense from an abductor's perspective. Because how do you know who's going to interact with the child that's being used as a decoy? Why would you do this on the side of the road and your vehicle is nowhere in sight, close at all? You're risking your decoy, the baby, being hit by a car. That's a whole nother situation. And then you can't guarantee who the fuck is going to respond to the baby. What if it would have been a car full of niggas? Who would have turned around? What was going to happen? A car full of niggas with toxic masculinity, with 10 bundles of cocaine on their motherfucking ass, who would have turned around? You can't even guarantee who's going to any, mini, miny, mow the baby. It just doesn't make sense. It's too risky. It's too wild of a plan that can go any damn way. You don't even know if police officers are on I-459 who would have fucked around and saw that toddler. What you was gonna do then? So it doesn't even make sense for those who feel like, oh, the baby was used as a decoy. That doesn't make any sense, sugar. Because the abductees and the criminals would have put themselves in a situation where they can't control, and criminals don't go for situations they can't control. Criminals create situations that allow them as much control and information as possible. This is a wild, unpredictable scenario from the perspective of a criminal. Right, exactly. Wife. Carlee saw this child with such description before she even pulled up on the child, because she called the police before she called her sister-in-law. So everybody claiming that, oh, this road is so dark, da 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 da. This woman saw such an illuminated being. She saw whatever this thing was brilliant to her. She was able to describe it from afar. She only chose to turn around after she had spoken to police about the toddler. So everybody saying, oh, there's such a darkened road. She saw a 3 foot, 4 foot alleged toddler wandering the right side of Interstate 459. She saw it in such a way she was able to describe it. And she not only saw it, she interacted with it. Who knows why she got off the phone with 911? Who knows? There was nothing else to say to 911. She didn't want to hold up the line. Other people could have been calling in about their house being broken in, about an intruder inside their house, a house fire, etc. She said what she had to say. She gave them the location, the description, the situation. She was confident at the fact that they were on the way and they were close. The dispatcher dispatched. And then she said, okay, I'll do the rest on my own. And then she called someone she felt safe with, which was her sister-in-law. I mean, who knows? But she made sure to be on the phone with somebody. Which also showed that she was afraid. Which also doesn't support that she went to meet up with somebody either. Because why the hell would she call the damn police about a baby if she's going to meet up with some damn body? That's just don't even make no damn sense. I'm just debunking all the bullshit theories that just don't make no sense. Considering what she allegedly told police and what she told her sister-in-law and this cam footage. No, I don't think it was aliens. I think this was spiritual. I think this was metaphysical. I think that thing she saw was a spiritual entity that resides in a realm in the woods. It's an invisible realm, and this entity has the ability to commute backwards and forwards into our world and into its own, just like we have the ability to go into the spirit and come out of the spirit. We have the ability to call spirits up. We have the ability to go into the multiverse through meditation, through astral projection, through Kundalini, through a ritualistic magic, through all type of means and pathways are we able to slip and slide out of dimensions and spaces. And for whatever reason, Carlee was able to vibrate on the level this thing was and see it. There's all type of footage of entities in people's rooms, in people's spaces, right beside them, and the person couldn't even discern or perceive the entity. There's been all type of investigations where there are shadow figures and shit right in people's space. Matter of fact, the person could be looking dead in the direction of the spirit that was captured on video or captured on photo, but they did not even physically see this thing, and they were looking directly at it and couldn't even discern it. That was right in their space. But people who are psychically sensitive or people who are psychically trained, spiritually trained, or sometimes psychic phenomenon can happen on an unconscious level. Circumstantial psychic phenomenon, circumstantial spiritual manifestation, where a bunch of complex shit just come together in such a way that it creates the phenomenon and the experience that it do. Yes, you're going to have to catch the replay, Nikki. I went through all of the updates so far. So clearly you another like one of those raggedy motherfuckers who don't listen. So mods, block Miss B because I told y'all I speak very clearly. I'm not going to be double talking and be re-breaking shit down to you non-listening, having an opinion ass motherfuckers. So moderator, rapture this motherfucker up and make sure that an elemental gathers her ass. Okay? Rapture her ass up out of the passenger seat, honey. Okay? Send her ass to the upper motherfucking room. Okay? Because I have spoken very clearly, and this poor woman done got on here starving, hungry, dehydrated, thirsty, mind barely working, and done kerfuffled all the shit up in her goddamn cerebral cortex, girl. And this is the type of shit that CTV can't help you with, baby. If you're not a intentional, critical listener, more importantly, somebody who can actually comprehend what you hear, this is not the space for you, sugar, because your hooked on phonics needs are not going to be catered to. I'm so sick of talking clearly and cohesively and then having to re-break shit down because you got a learning disability. The sense ain't sensing to me. So send her ass to wherever the hell Carlee Russell ass was for 2 days, baby. Put her in that space, okay? We're going to trade out her ass for Carlee, okay? I keep telling y'all, why these people don't ever go missing? They don't add nothing, don't bring nothing to the table, ain't nothing, just taking up damn space. Why these motherfuckers can't end up on a goddamn milk carton? Just adding nothing. Just in the building. A motherfucker been talking for an hour and 25 minutes and you still confused. Still damn confused. Still don't know what the hell going on. Still don't know what the hell got said. Girl, I'm trying not to cuss on the Lord's Day, girl. Trying not to cuss on the Lord's Day. I already talked about I'm going to be rapturing y'all ass up out of here, baby. Act stupid if you want to in the chat. See what happened, baby. You're going to find out what it's like to go missing for 2 days. Fucking around with me, okay? Fuck around and be stupid and lack comprehension and lack critical listening skills. And see that your ass going to disappear faster than this, baby, on Consciouztv platform. Oh, yes. Because I ain't got the time, baby. And you ain't going to have it either. Okay? Now, I'm going to drop the link and let some of y'all come up real quick. I got to get up out of her because I got my landscaping man coming today, girl, to cut my grass. And no, I am not talking about my boochie. Okay? Hold on. What's going on, Tarsha? Hey, how you doing, boo? What's going on, Jay Joanne? Okay, thank you, Natasha. Thank you for the Cash App. Great. Keep rising, period. And will, like the great Phoenix, honey. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you so much, love. So, those are updates, girl. That's my theory right now. Until they come forward with something logical, then as far as I'm concerned, baby, I'm classifying what happened to Miss Carlee as I'm putting it in the paranormal category, girl. And the fact that Hoover, Alabama police are going to give her time, girl, to chill, and they're not going to bother investigating her until she get her shit together, whenever the hell that's going to be. That don't make no sense to me on a criminal investigation level, because you're literally just letting all the evidence wash itself away. You're literally just giving, if this was something that happened at the hands of human beings, you're giving them all this opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge, once again, to destroy evidence, etc. It's the family is also complying. They agree to keep this shit silent. And you know why? Because Miss Carlee got a motherfucking story to tell, baby. And I'm sure parts of it, if not the whole thing, are unbelievable. So they're like, girl, yeah, let's just never talk about this. How about that? We're just gonna police in the family, like, girl, let's just go get her some help. Let's just get her to chill, because if whatever she said to them really involved, see, it's 2 reasons why the police ain't pressed. They were pressed to find her for obvious reasons. She needed to be found. But they ain't pressed to really press on her, because for one, they can see what I see on this footage. She fucking disappeared. There ain't no perps. You can see there ain't no perps. So right then and there, that creates a big ass, like, okay, something else happening here. And from the police department perspective, they might not want to call it supernatural, because, you know, these are left brain systems. They in logic, they're in empirical evidence, they're in objectivity. That's where their lane is. So they ain't going, even if they see some shit that don't make sense, they can't use the word supernatural. They just have to witness the supernatural, but they can't call it the supernatural. So they got the footage to be like, well, first of all, the footage don't give us no leads. They don't give us no leads at all. Nothing. And then couple that with whatever the hell she told the police. They're like, okay, yeah, something crazy happened here. It's damaged this woman, but it's nothing we can physically do, because the story is too goddamn compelling. It's too far out. It's too It's too blurry. It's mixed with a bunch of shit that we would rather call hallucinations, etc. Blah blah blah. And it seems like this woman just had a real bad mental break, and she just needs some rest. And we'll just talk to her whenever she feel better. So it's given that they not interested, that they also know that there's no humans involved in whatever happened here. This is outside of that. They're not, because they're not in a rush. They're not in anything. They are actually okay with her taking her time to get herself together. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very crazy shit. So I'm once again going to be sitting on pins and needles because I'm interested to hear what Carlee says, if she says anything. Now, the police did say more information will be provided when it's provided to them. This could possibly be the end of the story, depending on how they can make her story work so that it can be palatable to the public. But Carlee down real bad. Something real bad happened to this woman. It's changed her life. It's got her off her ass. And I'm just eager to know what happened. What happened that can explain all this anomaly, all this empty space around the situation. What could have happened that can fill in all the blankety blank blanks in the situation? Let me provide the link. Moderators, can y'all hit the link, please? Rotate the link. Oh, my pops got some. Hold on, let me call my pops back. Grill? My pops got some food for me, period. Let me call him back, bro. Y'all hit the link if y'all coming, because I got to get up out of here. I ain't going to be here all day. So run the link up, child. If you're coming, come on. Because if not, we shutting it down, and we are going to wait for the next update about the situation. Hey, Pops, what's going on? Oh, nice. I'm here. If you. Oh. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah, shy feed the king, honey. All right, welcome to the platform, Jess, Strange Peaches, and Jonah. Okay, what's going on, Jess?
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
So, I caught your other live, and I think you were talking to Flacco.
Yeah.
And then you went into the element of paranormal activity. So, what I messaged you on IG was the easiest. Like, I'm gonna lean towards more a scientific view. The easiest way to check how long she's been actually missing out of our time is to take a sample of her bone marrow. So bone marrow ages differently as we age. If they find a sudden different huge change in her white blood cells and her bone marrow, they'll know, but they won't say that wherever she's been, she has aged in time. That's when scientifically the dilation in time comes from. Where we are, time is different. And when you leave this element, time shifts in such a matter. If you've ever read or paid attention to Neil deGrasse, he's like a physics and whatever. He'll tell you that the difference in time is the amount of time. Two clocks measure in the same interval. So if she was someplace else, they'll know either by her blood, her bone marrow, or her teeth.
Wow. And see, this is my issue with the medical community and police and families, particularly Black families, because like when shit sound a little too fantastical, we just chop it up to she's disillusioned, she's dehydrated, she's been without water and food for this amount of days. You know, like if she is testifying to anything that's on the fantastical side of a narrative, then between the medical institution, which does not deal with the supernatural at all, and then dealing with police who are left-brained and rooted in evidence and empirical evidence, and then dealing with a Black family who ain't got nothing but Christian damn beliefs about shit, I don't even know if there would be anybody in this situation around Carlethia who would actually even take her seriously and who would even prompt her to get her bone marrow tested, because I'm sure they're not even thinking in that lens, even though she may have testified a fantastical tale, but they're probably standing in disbelief and find it hard to believe anything that they can't make any rational, logical sense of.
And just like Dominique said, teleportation will tear up your molecules. Yes, we know that on a scientific level. Yes, we don't have the properties to remove ourselves in that entity and to come back like that. But black holes, wormholes do exist. Are they down here? We'll never know. But when you talk about your spiritual aspect of it, yes, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, all those southern states do have high spiritual entities dealing with our culture of people from slavery. So whatever she saw might have been a child, a spirit that was lost. Who knows what that road used to be? Who knows?
I didn't even think about the fact that this child might have been a soul of a child who had died in the area.
Yeah, and who knows what that road used to be or where those homes were. It's so much, because if we have this video footage, it hasn't been tampered. It has only been brightened so we can see better. Who knows what actually happened? Because when they have video camera footage of this with highways and freeways, they normally shift every couple minutes from one freeway to another, to an off ramp, this and that, to show traffic flow for people who are probably watching the news, or police, sheriff department. They do that. So who knows what we missed? And if and I'm pretty sure they've dusted the car, they've taken fingerprints, and they're letting her collect herself because they can't find anything other than her. Because if she was holding that child, we shed skin cells consistently. Us sitting here right now, we're shedding skin cells. And if they found anything in that car that was for that missing child, they would have ran it through a database, pulled up Alabama's .gov website of missing and exploited children, and there would have been a link to that child.
And once again, these systems don't even think in this way or even consider this train of thought at all, and it's a disaster. And it really does situations, especially the situations that get clumped into, because people acting like, oh, this is so far-fetched. Bitch, there's a reason why Unsolved Mysteries exists as a show. There's a reason why paranormal investigative shows exist. It's a reason why, like, everything is not solvable and everything doesn't fall into this neatly mathematical, left brain logical scenario. It's just everything does not. Every instance and incident does not fall into that. And I mean, do you think that anybody in this situation is going to think in this way and to explore the possibility of that, to confirm whether something in this area has taken place? Because when even the stories I recounted yesterday, like the two siblings who got lost in the woods, they were lost there for 3 days. The brother made it out on 2 days, but the sister was left behind. And then they found her the next day. And then him and her both had a fantastical tale. And when it was written up about in the news, even though like the tale was fantastical and shocking, but police and doctors were just like, they probably ate some wild berries or ate some hallucinogenic fruit, etc. in the, like, they don't take it seriously, unfortunately. Even if a victim or somebody who's had these type of experiences are willing to testify, the system in place denies it because it doesn't fit within a conventional box that can be proven and verified, etc. So they just chop it up as a delusion, as a hallucination, as a whatever. And I've seen those type of responses from the media and the public as it relates to all of the stories that Missing 411 highlighted, of people going missing and having some of the craziest, most bizarre experiences and making it out of those experiences alive, where they are met with a lot of scrutiny, which is why a lot of people will suppress their own stories. And they'll just be happy to have made it out alive. They won't even share what took place with them when they went missing and what happened, because there are elements of the experience that maybe are unbelievable. But I highly doubt country ass, I live in Alabama now, I highly doubt country ass Alabama is progressive and spiritual enough or open-minded enough to even entertain this in a way.
Well, the dust hasn't settled yet. The mental capacity of what just happened hasn't settled well with the family. But I guarantee you, government officials have already seen this. This has happened before. We've all heard about it.
I believe it.
And people come back changed from things. Just how soldiers go to war and they come back with PTSD and certain aspects that they don't want to speak about. People touching the spiritual realm, they do as well. And they're going to see, we won't see, because it's going to go off the news, it's going to go left, but her family is going to see her take a whole shift from what she used to do, from what she used to like. Something about her is going to drastically start to change, and we'll never know.
And that's another big thing to corroborate the fact that something very, very unusual happened here, because to Dominique's point, the FBI got involved, and that doesn't happen in missing persons, and not this early on at that. So I think this footage is what led to the FBI getting involved. Like,
sorry to cut off, but she left her watch. Most times, her Apple, was it an Apple Watch or a normal clock face watch? Okay, so what most people say, and with science, they feel like when anomalies happen with either UFOs, unidentified objects, or whatever paranormal may happen, they say that electronics and things stop working. They found her car still running, but did her watch or her phone still work in a sensible manner? Could it be still unlocked? Was it jammed? Could anything in her, did her car, like the time on her car shift? Did her timing shift? Did anything electrical in her car change?
Now I know that there's a lot of electrical interferences when it comes to like things that are considered extraterrestrials and aliens and all of that, and their interference with electronics and stuff. But do you think that this is more of that? Because when it comes to the spirit world, spirits can have that type of impact too. Psychic phenomena can have that type of impact on the environment as well. But generally, you don't see a lot of that when it comes to the spiritual. And because the car was still running, etc. Well, I don't know, because you just got a point. But don't you think that we would have, if this would have been something of extraterrestrial proportions, do you think that a lot of that would have been visible on camera? Like we would have saw a ship, we would have saw a beam, we would have saw something.
I'm leaning more towards spiritual. And Candy Wanders in the chat just took the words right out my mouth. So my grandmother, God rest her soul, she's from Tylertown, Mississippi. And she used to tell me stories about them running home, getting home and stuff like that. And they would always jump a certain fence to get home quicker. And she would see haints, spirits, and they wouldn't mess with them, but they were running. Like their time was, they were running someplace in their time, and they knew nothing about my grandmother in her situation in time, but they were going somewhere and they would disappear. And when she would get home, her mom would tell her, you shouldn't be out. Those spirits aren't going to hurt you, but they're telling a story and they're moving. So I'm leaning more towards this was spiritual instead of paranormal, because if paranormal, like I said, with the electricity and time stopping, each and every one of those cars would have got affected too.
Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure.
How far was that spot from her house?
Oh, she was like right around the corner. I think she was like literally 2 minutes away from her home. Like she was very close home. Yeah, she was very close to home. And I think one of the articles I read actually mentioned the exact distance she was from where she lived, but I forgot what that distance was. But it was very close. Like she was right around the corner, basically from her
Miss Tiff, Haints are like spirits of ancestors that have not left and transformed over. They're there. They're what's the word for it? They're kind of like in purgatory.
So they earthbound spirits?
Yeah.
Earthbound, okay, earthbound. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean I when the thing that made me go the elemental route was the fact that she screamed once she got up on this thing. Like once she officially acknowledged it and made contact with it and asked it, was it okay? She screamed. And then the sister-in-law didn't hear anything but the traffic in the background after she emitted that scream. And I was like, did this thing transform? Because once again, we have the footage. We can see that nobody approach the vehicle. We can just see that. I think people are afraid. I think that the reason why people are in such denial and it's hard for them to acknowledge that they don't see the narrative actually play out in the footage because of what else they may have to contemplate.
That is true.
You know, and I'm shocked that people struggle when it comes to a supernatural scenario, considering that once again, most people, like 95% of the country is fucking Christian. So I'm just like, most of y'all consider yourselves to have spiritual beliefs and to believe in the damn supernatural. Christianity ain't nothing but supernatural. You're talking about a man who died on a cross, went into hell for 3 days, went into hell for 3 days, brought out the souls of people who were in Hades, then transcended into the heavens and will be returning again through the clouds to levitate your ass up into the third heavens. I mean, it can't get no more damn mythological, extraterrestrial, supernatural than the Christian faith. Like you said, from supernatural healings to walking on water to transfiguring on the side of damn mountains to I mean, you got it all in the damn scriptures, you know. And so I'm just like, what are you really struggling with? Like I don't know why people are struggling to entertain a alternative narrative. And once again, we have the footage, so
like we have the footage, and then you have to remember there are different light rays that only the human eye can see, and then we have other technological machines that we've built to detect other things. There might, like, if it was something supernatural, we're not going to see it. But you ever get that feeling sometime when you're alone, there's no fan, there's no window open, there's nothing, and you feel something going past you?
Oh, yeah.
That might have happened to her, but we're not going to be able to see that.
Facts. I just pulled up an article showing all type of homes and communities that are haunted, that are known for heightened paranormal activity, etc. Like, these are facts for those who know. Like, those who know. And those who are just checked out and dense as hell and 3D as hell are just lost. But this is a reality for people who have seen this, experienced this stuff. They have had these type of experiences. They have seen proof of these type of experiences, even if they had not experienced it itself. And maybe it's just a lack of exposure to this side of reality that makes it hard for people to really sit in that, because we spend most of our time with like conventional news and, you know, dealing with just regular affairs of the world. And so when there are instances where spirituality or the supernatural has to enter the damn chat, it just makes it hard for people to really wrestle with it, because it's just not something or a subject that they really entertain a lot of. But I'm just here to say, baby, 3D reality is just not the only reality, baby. There are veils. Like reality looks a lot like the inside of an onion, and think of reality as the core of the onion, and the other rings are the other dimensions of consciousness that exist. And you know, I've told my own anecdotal experiences on yesterday. I told anecdotal experiences of my relatives on yesterday. So I don't know for a fact if something paranormal played out in Carlee's situation. What I do know is that the paranormal and the alternative is just as much of a reality in our lives as human beings and in this world. So nobody will ever be able to convince me that these things do not take, especially when I'm a whole fucking spiritualist, my damn self. I deal with spirits and the other side and magic and ritualistic magic and all this shit. So, you know, like I just this footage is just so polarizing to me. And I'm just like, I would love to be simple enough to be able to look at this footage and say, yeah, I see people dragging her out of the car, and I see her running into the woods, and I see. I would love to be that impressionable and that simple, because I understand why people live in that world, because it's easier. It's easier to exist there. But I'm too honest and authentic to force myself to see something I don't see. The reality is nobody snatched her ass up, and there's not a baby on that fucking road, and nobody a fucking baby, and nobody else. And the people who are challenging us are not challenging themselves, because they're the ones who got to make it make sense. You got to make it make sense where the baby is in this footage. You got to make it make sense why this woman not only saw a baby, reported a baby, but also allegedly interacted with this toddler. And she was witness to have interacted with this toddler by her sister-in-law. You got to explain why you don't see this woman walking off into the woods, or anybody coming out of the damn woods for her. You got to make it make sense why she was sitting in her passenger seat for no more than a minute and a half before police arrived, who found no signs of her or this damn baby, and why all her shit would be left there, why her car would be left running. You gotta like, all the people who want that narrative to be so true, they the ones who unfortunately have to confront this footage and those narratives, because
the fact of the matter,
make that make sense in the footage.
The fact of the matter is there was no baby that we can see, and the camera wasn't going to pick it up because the camera isn't on a frequency that she was on. I think this is astounding to me. And hey guys, I don't know, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I have an earbud in. But this is absolutely astounding. And for some reason I cannot see your guys' names up here, but you with the graduation cap, you had made a very intriguing statement earlier.
Jessica.
When you, I'm sorry, Jessica. I'm sorry. Okay, there it is, Jessica. I'm sorry about that. Earlier in the conversation, you made a statement. You said that the other vehicles driving past, if this was in fact a paranormal thing that was happening as opposed to a spiritual thing, you said that other people in other vehicles would have picked up on something. Am I correct? You said they would have. Right. So that's interesting to me, because I find that there's a very thin line between paranormal and spiritual. I feel like they're both kind of like, they kind of fall up under the same umbrella. So I guess to me, it's like, what exactly would they have picked up on? Would it have been like, if they were on the phone, they wouldn't have, maybe they would have lost the call, or, if they were listening to the radio, then okay.
So there's been
hold on 1 second. I want to give this update super quick. Oh my goodness. And remember your response to Silverus, Jessica. I just want to insert this real quick. So this is another update, you guys. We just got another live update from WVTM13.com. Missing Alabama woman Carlee Russell returned home on foot. Police say she wasn't dropped off. This woman walked out of nowhere
What the hell?
Walked home. And there's another element of this. Okay, let's listen to this. Hoover police are continuing the investigation into the disappearance of Carlee Nicole Russell after she was found alive and safe Saturday night. The child reported in the 911 call made Thursday night by Russell was reported as a male toddler wearing a diaper. This is how visible this toddler was to this woman. She was able to describe the gender. She was able to describe what it was wearing, etc. It was the only report about a toddler made to Hoover 911 Thursday. At 10:44 Saturday, police say they received a call that Russell had returned home on foot. Police responded to the scene to the incident. Hoover fire medics responded to the scene to assess and transported Russell to UAB hospital for evaluation. Carlethia Russell, Carlee Russell's mother, posted on Facebook Sunday night's morning. God is faithful. He has answered them prayers. Magic. Prayers ain't nothing but spells. And they can break spells. The family is asking for privacy at this time and plans to speak in the near future, according to their post. So now we know that she wasn't dropped off. This woman walked home on fucking foot after being missing for 2 days, and according to her boyfriend, allegedly fighting for her life for 48 hours. Wow. And she described a toddler to the T. This wasn't like some vague image she saw, like off in the far. This woman knew she saw a toddler. She knew she saw. She knew it was 3 to 4 years of age. She knew it was wearing a diaper. She knew it was 3 to 4 feet tall. The whole nine. Nobody else saw this thing. And this woman walked home. Okay, I just wanted to insert that into this discussion in case y'all wanted to deal with that.
Wow.
Yep. So to answer Silver's question, so when you asked me about how would they know, so technology. Rewind it. So NASA has did studies with a lot of astronauts and cosmonauts. That's a Russian form of astronauts, and they've all taken normal gear watches with the face with the full clock to outer space, and they've gone so far, and the watch will stop. If anybody was passing to or from on either side of that highway when all of that occurred at that exact moment of passing, and they had on a normal watch, that it would have stopped. And I'm pretty sure it would have stopped at that exact time. So if anybody was interacting with all of that and going past and just going on their mosey on way, when they probably looked down at their watch finally, they noticed that, oh, my watch is stopped. I need a new battery. That is a guarantee. Or if your car is older from like the 90s and you have to program the time in, it would have stopped too. The alternator would have stopped. The battery would have stopped. When science looks at paranormal things of UFOs or any life outside of our planet to an exoplanet, they always want to say that our electrical force fields will stop. But if this was spiritual, everything else goes around, because we're right now on the other side of a spiritual thing. Our people, our loved ones on that other veil are still doing what they're doing. And we don't know, and they don't know either. But if it was something of the other form, every car would have stopped. And the fact that she said it was a male, well, and I hate to go into the stretch of like Hollywood, but Hollywood always wants to portray another life form or spiritual life form touching us as a male.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you for that insight. I love taking in new information. That's very interesting. So if it was a spiritual encounter, perhaps the elements would perhaps it would have more of an elemental effect, like earth, air, fire, water. But if it's a paranormal encounter, it would have more of an effect on the electronic frequencies, is what you're saying, kind of. Okay, that's pretty dope. I never thought about it like that.
I want to respond to Thoria. Baby, I know it's hard to think sometimes, but I'm literally asking and requiring you all to really think about what you're saying, sugar. Tharia says, I believe she wanted to be with someone her parents didn't approve of, so the plan to spend time comes into it. So why in the hell would she call the police about a toddler?
Right.
Why would she leave her vehicle on the side of the road without her wig, her phone, her keys, her pocketbook, her credit card? It like, can y'all?
If she was going to see somebody, she would have kept her wig on.
Can y'all? Why would she leave her fucking car on the side of the road with the door open and it running and all her shit in it, and without her wig and without her phone, and to go where to meet this person? And why would she call the damn police? And why would she call her in-law? Like, can y'all see? I think I know what's happening here. Some of y'all are not keeping the entirety of the story intact when y'all think about a hypothesis. You have to keep all the elements intact in order to form something that fits the circumstantial evidence and the flat out objective evidence we have, aka the footage, in mind. You got to keep the whole thing in mind. You got to keep all parts of it before you, and then decide, okay, what makes sense according to, like, if I say this is about a nigga, then how in the hell does all this other shit make sense? If she's going to see somebody she shouldn't see and she's trying to be on the down low, why in the hell would she risk getting the police involved and risk this? That's going to blow the whole down low shit completely up. Because now what ended up sensationalized all around the goddamn nation as a result. Like, you got to think about, does what I'm saying make sense to the circumstantial and objective evidence, empirical evidence that is being presented to me? Okay, your narrative gotta make sense to everything provided. It gotta line up, and everything y'all presenting from a so-called logical perspective ain't even rational. It's just like, how the hell y'all get that with all this? How y'all get that? Why? Like, and then ask yourself why. Why would she, like, just why? Why would she call the damn police? Why would she walk out of her car bald-headed and all at 9:30 at night into the damn woods? And you also don't see her doing that on camera. You don't even see her doing that, yet alone actually taking seriously the narrative. The narrative itself don't make no damn sense. You don't see no evidence of that in the footage. Like, come on, court of public opinion. Y'all got it in y'all. I want to believe y'all got it in y'all, because this is kind of pitiful at this point. But go ahead.
If I'm going to see a sneaky link, I'm keeping my wig on, laid and slayed. I'm not going to take it off. Like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Come on now.
Are you going to leave your car on the side of the road lit and running with the keys in the ignition? And are you going to call the police to a civil risk?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm keeping my wig on. I'm keeping my baby hairs laid. I'm keeping my Apple Watch on because I'm texting my sneaky link on my way. Like, that doesn't make any sense
at all.
At all.
Oh. Okay, somebody else can jump in here. I think we got Bountiful Soul and then Strawberry G. Welcome to the platform, Bountiful Soul. I think you are on mute, boo.
Hey, what's up, Kang? How are you?
What's going on? I'm good. How you doing?
Fine. Hi to the panel.
Thank you. Hey. What are your thoughts about all this?
Well, I think everything is connected. And I think with the recent sightings of all these UFOs that people are not, really talking about, and on a spiritual realm, I think of symbolism. If she sees a baby and they're saying that it was a male, because somebody said it was something about a scroller there, a blue scroller or whatever, and that male baby represented innocence. So I equate that with what we know as baby Jesus, or or whatever people want to say. And she disappeared for more than 48 hours. And to me, it's odd because they keep saying that she disappeared for more than 48 hours. If you go more than 48 hours, you're on 3 days. She came back in 3 days. So I'm thinking something's getting ready to happen globally, and it's going to be pertaining to Black Americans. I think this is a sign, And it may sound crazy, but I think this is a sign, and she's seen it because maybe she's, like she's vibrating on a higher level. But I think the symbolism is all this, and because her wig was left in the car, which means it took her back to her true self. So it's like come as you are type of situation. Because all the stuff, the materialistic stuff of the world that we see as status symbols was left. Was left. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't know about, I might sound crazy or something like that, but it's just the symbolism of everything.
Right.
The baby, the 3 days. Because I just keep wondering why they keep saying more than 48 hours. Why don't they just say 3 days?
And why didn't anybody report their toddler missing?
That part.
So that's all I wanted to say. I don't know if I sound
you
crazy,
are right.
but
That's another great addition to this is that everything that represents status and materialism was completely left behind. And man, yeah. And once again, the boyfriend says 48 hours of struggle, that she fought for her life for 48 hours, but yet the police are going to leave this victim with time to decide when she feels better to talk to them, while there's allegedly, according to the surface narrative, whole criminals out there. This wouldn't make sense for the police because they're also giving room for these alleged abductors to victimize other people, but yet they're not gonna interrogate her, etc., until she feels better. They're gonna let her recover. So that just tells me whatever they heard in the hospital room, whatever happened at the house when they pulled up after she walked home on foot, according to the new updates, missing Alabama woman returned home on foot.
Was she barefooted?
Well, they don't say, they don't clarify if she had shoes on or not, but she walked allegedly. She didn't get dropped off. She wasn't transported. She and that's why I'm saying so many of this is given missing 411, because a lot of the people that come out of these experiences, they just come out of them. Like they just like walk out of the cornfield. They just walk into the opening. Like they just show up. Like they just pop out. So the fact that this woman walked home, now I guess we can scratch the narrative that she got driven from Red Roof to her parents' house, which didn't make any sense. So we now know that allegedly she walked and she was in shock, and this is wild as hell. But thank you for that, Bountiful. That was great observation. Strawberry G, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the craziness?
Thank you, Conscious. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You are loud, live, and in color.
Okay. My thing is, okay, so my family's from Alabama and Mississippi. So growing up on the farms and in the country in both of those states, there's a lot of paranormal activity. Me and my cousins one summer was in the wood. I mean, in the country in Alabama, and we had a crazy situation happen to us, and people don't believe it, of course, but again, we need to get out of our mind the Christianity that was placed in our heads and live in reality and look at life. Just look at life and what goes on, because it's real. When I tell you it's real, it's real.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. And these are the things that the community knows to be fact. The people who live these experiences know to be true, etc. Even the police and all these like left-brain institutions in that same community be knowing it as well. But once again, they kind of have a pledge of allegiance to not lean into that because of the nature of their jobs, etc. That they can't, entertain that side of it in that way. And it's sad because if you are a victim and you've had a very negative, violent, chaotic spiritual experience, and then you have to go be treated by the hospital and talk to police, etc., because you went missing or you got raptured up or you just vanished into thin air and you had this fantastical experience. Like the victims end up a lot of times more victimized. I mean, as I was saying on yesterday, near-death experiencers used to go through this for a long time, where the medical community made no room to entertain you coming out of your body and going into the light and having a panoramic life review and speaking to God or whatever the case may be. And then these people would come back into this system, and then the doctors would actually do the psychological damage and would talk them out of their experience. And they knew that they knew that they had this experience. They literally were able to recall conversations in the emergency room happening around their surgery, things that they could not physically hear or physically understand, and had full on cognition and memory recall and consciousness in this unorthodox way. And because doctors can't deal with that, because they can't accept that into their worldview, then they project and dogpile onto the survivor and make them feel crazy, or like it was just you being over medicated. How does a person being over medicated explain why the fuck they could hear you and the nurse talking as you are sawing their head back together again, as you are trying to rehabilitate their heart and get it to beat again? How can they recall specific observations, conversations, when they're physically incapacitated to the extent that you have to declare them clinically dead? And yet your response to what is considered impossible is, it was medication, your brain was misfired. I didn't even have a brain.
Right.
Like, and that's why they had to really fuck with and pedestalize Pam Reynolds' near-death experience and put her shit in medical journals around the world, because her shit was so mind-boggling and transcended that they had no choice but to actually accept it for what it actually was, because it left no room for any logical explanation at all. Like, and so it's just unfortunate. So I'm curious to know what Carlee is going through, dealing with whatever her story is, and then the response from her family, and the response from police, and the response from the hospital and doctors. And it's just interesting that everybody is kind of willing to like shoot her away, like, okay, like, go take some time to calm down and to relax, girl, while these alleged abductee maniacs are still out here and police are not interested in extrapolating any real information from her about that. In their own words, we will interview her when we believe the time is right. Oh, okay. So I get cool for Alabama streets to be terrorized with alleged abductees and pervs and sex traffickers. Oh, maybe because there ain't no damn sex traffickers in the story. Maybe because this is one of them stories that lends into the fringe. And so they like, okay, yes, we just gonna let that be. We glad she home. It is what it is.
I feel like if I can interject quickly, yes. I feel like this is one of those stories that we're going to see disappear. Because you know, I feel like everybody on the panel and many of your listeners, Conscious, I feel like many of us are aware of the spirit realm and the paranormal realm, and we see this happen all the time. Just like you said, missing 411, I believe you said it was called, which I'm definitely going to check that out.
Please,
I'm definitely going to check that out.
Y'all, please, when y'all get some time, I need everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. If you do not know what the fuck missing 411 is, just type that shit into your YouTube. Missing 411 by David Pilates. And you will be shooketh. You will get your fucking life. It will transform the way you look at missing persons, situations, etc. It'll offer you a whole nother reality, honey. Get into that shit. I'm telling you, get into it. But yes, go ahead.
And I absolutely am going to get into it. I'm so geeked to get into it. But what was I saying? Okay, back on my train of thought. So I feel like this is one of those stories that is going to slowly dissipate from the media. Other things are going to come out with celebrities and other people to kind of make us, to attempt to make us forget about this. Because this is one of those stories that, again, the evidence is there, but we live in, you know, like, I don't want to get too esoteric, but it's kind of like they don't want us to talk about these type of things. And that's why I really appreciate your platform, Conscious, and what you're doing, because it's not a lot of platforms that are going to entertain the right side brain of this.
Because
many of them are
they're
just going to
scared to be criticized. They're too scared to be considered kooky. They scared to be considered conspiracy theory. I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm a rebel for one. I ain't never been somebody that ever attempted to fit in with society. I'm a complete and total individual, so I can withstand all the smoke. I can withstand all the indifference. I can withstand all the opposition shit. Like my whole life is predicated around confronting opposition. So yes, like the mainstream to get that work. Period. I don't give a damn. I've been there.
Yeah, they definitely gonna get that work, man. And that's why I love supporting you. You know, but yeah, you know, this is like, it's phenomenal. The entire situation is phenomenal. And I want to say this because a lot of people are going to be like, well, you know, if the government or the powers that be don't want us to know these things, then why would they show us this footage? Well, because they have to. Because they have to sprinkle a little bit of truth, sprinkle amongst all of the lies that they have told us. They have to. It's kind of like cosmic law. You know, it's like they really don't have a choice, you know? So, I mean, I really wish the best for Carlee. I really do. But I really do feel like they're going to silence her. They're going to try to convince her to feel like she's crazy. They're going to try to convince everybody who sides with her.
And they already doing that in a very nice, politically correct way. We just want to give her time to recover. And we'll talk to her when she feels better. And we're going to, and it's like, you can already see in the way they trying to shape the narrative that it feels like they think that this is something more mental than something physical, because once again they ain't pressing on interviewing her and getting as much information as possible regardless of the condition she in, because it's important, and there are these criminals out here that are snatching women up and got babies on the highway, and this would rev up the investigation if anything, but now the response is we're just going to give her time. So it seems to me that they're communicating to us in a subliminal way that they feel this is more something that this was something more in the mental realm than something in the physical, because their approach don't make no damn sense to just leave her to just chill, and they gonna talk to her and get information at some later time, and allegedly this woman was fucking abducted and a baby was involved and possibly used as a decoy or as bait. Like, what?
They've already talked to her. They've already had a conversation, and because of that, they're trying to hide everything.
Yeah. Who's speaking? Who was that talking? I can't see nobody's name on the
Strawberry G.
Huh? Strawberry.
Oh, Strawberry. Hey. Yeah.
They already had that conversation, because I mean, because that's the first thing they do. We don't want to bother their family. Go in and have that conversation, and that's the thing. Like I think her name was Jessica said. You know, your big mamas and my I call my big mama. Like when we had the situation happen with us, she was like, y'all need to come in here and sit down, and she explained to us, you know, what was going on, and that our ancestors are around us, and a lot of people don't believe that they're your dead ancestors are there. And like my like with my family farm, like they have our dead ancestors down. I mean, it's down the road by the church and all that, but again, they still at night you can hear the creaking, you can hear the whole nine, like you can hear it, and I mean it's just reality. It is what it is, and people just don't want to accept that.
Yeah.
Can I just say something real quick? This is Tiffany. I just tiptoed up here just to say, can y'all have some grace for us folks that I'm hanging in here? I've been hanging in last night. I'm hanging in today. But now, have some grace for us that's trying. I can't watch 411 yet now. But you, I've been watching Consciouz all night.
Listen,
that's all I ask. Look, my cousins made me watch Friday the 13th. too young. So I'm scary. I would say I'm scared.
Oh.
So
you know what I might have to do, Tim? I might have to create a Discord or like a Zoom so we can watch this stuff together online at times, and we can do it as a group.
Look,
and have each other's back.
Look, but and that's the thing. That's the thing.
That would be awesome.
I've been a bush baby for a very long time. Then I finally dropped down in the chat, and I just started coming up here and saying something. But I've been lying here listening to y'all, and I was like, no, I gotta go up there and just say, have some grace for us.
Okay,
that's all I'm asking.
Okay, grace extended. Now my question is, so what do you think about the developments in the story? What do you think about the fact that she returned home on foot?
Man. Well, while I was listening, I saw that and I was gonna send it to you, but I was like, nah, you in your bag. But when I saw that, I was just like, what? I mean, it's like the more it comes out, I'm really just, like I said, you turned me on my head last night when you was just like, y'all just look at the video. And I was, because like I told you, I was still trying to just make sense of it all. So once I finally got over that hurdle, and now it's like the more stuff that comes out, it's just like, okay, I definitely am accepting the supernatural aspect. But I will say, and I don't mean any harm when I say this. And like I said, please let me give this caveat. I just started coming up here, so I don't mean any harm to anybody about anything when I come up here. So I don't mean harm when I say this. I don't need to know about any trauma if she experienced any trauma, but I need some understanding, just a little understanding, because for real, last night I literally was like, okay, I need to figure out what I need to do different as a woman, because it literally had me thinking, if I were to see a baby, what would I do? Because that does tug on your heartstring. And I mean, so it was like I really was thinking about these things deeply before you went live. So I was glad when I saw the watch page that we could come together on your platform and have this conversation, because it needed to be talking. No, he was not playing with us last night. And I was like, okay, now Conscious. He was not playing. But I was glad we was able to come together and just kind of hash it out, because I really was going through. So and
let me tell y'all, I am so here for a logical explanation. It's just like, I'm very open to it. Like, I don't have a made up mind. It's just that, like, at first glance, considering all the information, all the data, the footage, the report, the sister-in-law, the disappearance, the police pulling up, just 60 seconds later, she ain't there, no wig, no baby, no nothing. Nobody else called in about a baby. Nobody else called baby. Nobody else saw a screaming woman, saw nobody. Like, it's just, so I'm like, at surface glance, I'm definitely willing to say this is definitely giving paranormal, it's giving missing 411, but I have not completely abandoned a perfectly logical explanation. And that's why I'm curious to hear what she has to say, because maybe in some way there is a logical explanation, and her narrative is going to make all of this make sense. I don't know how she would do that, because I as I give my commentary, I put myself in her shoes, I put myself in the abductor's shoes, and I try to think, like, does this make sense from an abductee standpoint? No. And then from her standpoint, I'm like, I don't understand how there is a logical response for how, like, I just don't understand how there is going to be, but I'm open. I'm open. Right. I'm going to be here for hearing her out, and I hope we can make the footage and her just us not seeing anything. I hope that can be made sense in whatever it is. But if she's prepared to tell us something that makes no fucking sense at all, I'm definitely I can understand that too, because I live in the spiritual, and I know how much of that does not make sense to so-called logical thinking people. So I can deal with it in both directions, but it is gonna have to make sense in either direction. Whatever else you say, gonna have to make it make sense.
Right. And it was just good to have a balance because like I even said, like I had just found out about it. So it was the whole processing of it all. And it's nice to be able to process together.
Yeah.
So that was nice to be able to do last night. So but I just wanted to say that because people, at least over there on Twitter, they've been like, well, now people want questions, they want answers, they got questions, but it's not that we're saying we need her to tell us exactly what she experienced, or if she experienced some kind of trauma. Honestly, it just feels like at least for me, as a woman, I want to know if this was some type of ploy, if it was a logical reason. Hey, let us know. And it doesn't have to be, you even said earlier, it can be from law enforcement. It doesn't have to be necessarily from her. But I did see where her mother, she didn't post it on her personal page, she posted it on her work page, that they are going to speak because they are appreciative of all of the coverage. So and I'm gonna drop down. I don't stay up, but I just want to come. Thank y'all for the grace. I appreciate it.
For that, boo. Thank you. Our Tiffany X. Yes.
Hey, Conscious.
Who's speaking?
This is Cynthia. This is Miss Cynthia.
Oh, hey, Cynthia. Hey, boo. Yes.
Hey, I've been listening to y'all for a little bit while I was taking my acting class, and something I'm not quite sure if anybody touched on, but could it have been possible? And this is to Tiffany also, because she said she's worried how to protect herself. Me and my mother talked about something about being reminded that when you have flyers and stuff on the car, don't touch it. Just, either have a glove on or wait till you get home, or, anything.
Cynthia, your phone went out, boo. Or your microphone went out. Can you hear me?
Roofie type drugs where they can be absorbed through the skin. And being that she is a nurse, she probably realized something after she could have picked something up off the car, just, aimlessly not thinking about it under the windshield. And by the time she got on her way and started to feel different, and was probably running into trouble, pulled over and was hallucinating this baby, or actually saw the baby. And then somebody, when she got out the car, and was discombobulated, because instead of walking to whatever she might have thought she saw, she got in on the other side, and then next thing you know, the abduction could have happened. Because I believe in the metaphysical too, that could have happened too. But just for those that don't, that could have also been a
okay, but let me ask you this, Cynthia. So where can the abductee be verified, or the abductor be verified in the footage? Because that's my only question to those who believe that a human being was involved. Where can we observe any of that?
I looked at your footage too last night. I didn't get a chance to hear everything that you were saying, but I kind of skimmed through and looked at the footage. And I was like, you know what? Wait a minute. I don't see anything. I don't see anybody but the glare. And I don't profess to have great eyesight. So it, they could have came out of the that bushes or something in all black that the camera didn't catch. At the end of the day, I can't explain that, but I just don't want it to be found.
If that person wasn't all black, it would have been an even bigger contrast against all the illumination from the head beams, which is why we was able to identify her shadow. Because
I can't even hardly tell her shadow. But like I said, at the end of the day, I don't want it to be a hoax, because the reality is.
But how would this hoax have happened?
Like I said, I'm just, whatever people want to say that think that it could be a hoax, I just don't want it to ever come out that it is. And I'm going to tell you why. We finally got national coverage of a missing Black woman. And I don't want that to stop, for the simple reason is there could be others, and God knows we live on this earth to know there'll be others. And I want them to take her, every missing woman, especially Black and brown women, seriously. Because when you go on these sites and see on Facebook and stuff, tons of cases never heard of before, and I know that in Georgia they just signed that what was it? It's a law that now families can go back after so many months and years and ask for reinvestigation of missing persons. So which that should be a given. As many science students that we have that are in STEM that would love to have opportunities to work in the state and crime labs that can help process some of these DNA issues and stuff, we could probably find out a lot more of what happened to these missing persons, because the DNA data bank is so damn backed up in this country. And I know this for a fact. Hell, I didn't know until January that I caught a serial rapist being a sexual assault nurse examiner in 2014, and it was only because the district attorney on the case had reached out to me. They couldn't find me, but had my email address, which has not changed since I moved in this area. But when I inquired about it, they caught him before COVID, I think in 2019. So he had been sitting in jail playing the system, you know, all of that about, no, I'm not guilty and guilty. But eventually he took a plea deal because my evidence was getting called, you know, me and the doctor who collected it, we were getting ready to take the stand to testify on behalf of it. So at the end of the day, I don't want it to be a hoax. It's hard for me to understand what happened, other than, you know, people are conjuring up all kinds of drugs and stuff now. It could, in these flyers, it got it to each anybody that's listening. Don't pick that stuff up off your car. Wait till you get home, or turn the windshield wiper on and let it fly off, because anything could be you know, absorbed, and she could have had a hallucinogenic. But like I said, as far as the abduction part and seeing the baby, I can't quite explain, but you all gave some really good rationale on it. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that, Cynthia. I appreciate that. Thank you. And you can stick around to Discord with everybody, because we got some more additions up on the panel. We got Charles, then we have Leonard Roar, who been in some shit apparently. I've been some shit been popping up in my algorithm, Mr. Leonard. Them niggas on your head out here, okay? But I'll get to that in a second. Welcome to the platform, Charles. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's Uncle Charles. What's up, Consciouz? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I'm doing well. How you doing?
Listen, I just want to thank you for covering this. I just want to thank you. You did an excellent job. I don't think nobody did a great job than you have. So kudos to you. Many blessings to you. Let me just say this. I've been living in Birmingham all my life, and I have traveled that road right there over 20 to 30 times, taking care of business, going to see my doctor. And I'm telling you, you ain't got time to even look up in your rearview mirror them cars so fast. Now, I'm not going to discredit this young lady. I'm not going to do this. But what you show on TV, what you show the video, that nobody grabbed this girl. No, it wasn't no baby. Forget about the baby talk. We're not talking about no more baby. That's it. I don't want to talk about that. It wasn't no baby. Let me tell you something. If it was me and I saw a baby in a baby carriage on the side of the freeway, I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to call 911. That's what I would do. I want to know first, what the hell is the baby doing in a carriage on the side of the road? Now, I believe in spirits. My granddaddy died right in front of me, and I felt my body lifting up off the floor. Even though my feet didn't leave the floor, I felt my body leave. Spirit left his body, and it come through me. I felt my body raising up off the floor, and all of a sudden, all the weight come back down. So I believe in spirits. I believe in that. And and talking about spirits and paranormal, but I always say, what is the opposite of truth? A lie. Jesse Smollett had everybody thinking that he was jumped by two white guys, and everybody ran to his aid. But when they started digging, he really did dig. They found out it was two brothers, and it was some elaborate scheme for people to feel sorry for. Now, like I said, I'm not going to discredit this lady. I don't have no right to do that. She's back at home, so thank God she's back at home. But I'm going to tell you something. You had two Mexicans in Las Vegas, saw a blue light. I saw it on the police cam. It hit the ground, and it went to the backyard. And them Mexicans speak Spanish.
I heard about that story, Unc. I heard about that story.
They went to that backyard. They seen some things back there that made them speak good English. And let me tell you something. They saw what they saw. Because I saw the blue light. I saw the blue light. Now, I ain't seen no evidence. But I did see that damn kite. Now, I'm not saying
saw
that
it actually descend like onto someone's property. Like you saw it come that far down.
I saw it. I saw the blue light. Saw the blue light. And one of the aliens trying to start a tractor. Now you know you're in trouble if an alien try to drive a tractor. You know you in trouble. So I'm saying it, I'm not discrediting this young lady. I'm gonna say this in closing. I'm gonna make this plain and simple. Let me tell you something. The opposite of truth is a lie. I believe in spiritual things. I believe in spirits, but I have traveled that road over 30 times. And I ain't seen no baby. I ain't seen no ghosts. And I believe in ancestors too. But ain't now one of them put no gas in my car. So I have to leave it at that. We're going to have to wait till this thing go by a couple of more days, maybe a week or two. Do the investigation. Once the
investigation.
Let me ask you
this question. So what do you make of this situation? What do you like? What have you compiled in your mind in terms of what this is about? What's happening here in this case?
Okay, I'm a daddy. I got a daughter. I got a daughter, so I'm telling you what a father knows.
Yes.
I'm telling you, and I'm telling the listening public that she was with some boy her parents didn't want her to be with, and she was with some boy. And
even though she got a good-looking boyfriend.
Well, you know what? I tell you what. Whether he was ugly, whether he was ugly, fat, or skinny, she wanted to be where she wanted to be. And she was where she wanted to be, because I know one thing: ain't no ghost, ain't no baby gonna take you around on no damn tour and go get something to eat and then drop you up at home. No, it ain't gonna work like that. It don't work like that. Even though I do believe in spirits, I have seen them myself. But I said, oh no, it's messing with me. So I had to leave it at that. Somebody knocked at my door just yesterday, and I looked out that peephole and I saw some crazy man. But when I opened the door, he was gone. So I had to believe what I saw when the door was closed. But when it was open, I couldn't believe it no more. That's the way it goes. So I appreciate you, Conscious. Thank you for what you do. We all appreciate you.
Yes. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming through.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I don't think that this woman thought that anybody's son was worth her good ass lace front, her Apple Watch, her car, her dignity, and having to walk back home in the middle of the goddamn night. I just don't think that's what that was. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that I think that he forgot to cover some other ground in his assessment that needed to be dealt with in his conclusion. Because I keep telling y'all, the conclusion, y'all gotta remember all the facts and information and then go to theory. But the theory gotta involve all the elements of the story. Right. So
she disappeared.
Yeah, she disappeared for one. And once again, to the panelist's point, if she was hooking up, why would she go out into the woods in the middle of the night, bald-headed and all, and leave her car wide open, leave her purse, her pocketbook, anything? I mean, she also would have been she could have been fined. Like if police would have pulled up and just saw her shit there, her door open and all this, and she off in somebody backseat across the way, getting it on, like she could have been ticketed for that. I mean, it also was dangerous. Her car could have been vandalized. And it wasn't safe. This is 9:30 at night. She's a single woman. Where did she go to hook up with this person? Where was he going? Where was he? And why would she cross through this wooded threshold to get to the other side when she could have just driven to the actual complex and parked in the parking lot and met up with this guy? Well, like, this was a very dramatic way to see somebody, because it don't make no sense. Like, there's no redeeming quality in her putting off to the side of the road, leaving her car on, her purse, her watch, all things you would take with you in the middle of the night for one. You're a black female for two. You have to cross the threshold of a wooded area, and you're going to leave your phone, which has a flashlight app on it. You're going to need light to even go into the wilderness. Like, so it's just like, y'all gotta make it make sense. You gotta make it make sense.
Right. Can we just pause to address how awesome Consciouz's vocabulary is? He said wooded threshold.
Baby, I'll play some words together quick, honey.
Real quick. Okay,
Oh,
carry on.
period. Yes. I want to invite Leonard to the platform. You on mute, sir. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Glad you're well. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I was on mute because I was taking care of a couple of things. Be one piece of noise here. I got to fill up my water jug for my garden. This will be quick. But my take on is this: everything that the man just got through saying, he touched on practically every point that I would have made had it been me talking about it. Okay, but I got a lot of more.
Okay.
I got a lot of more points. See, now you just gonna just up and go missing like that, right? Then they're gonna put all this, oh, she was found. Found, found, that means somebody went, kicked in the door, or saw a picture, or got a suspicion or a feeling, called somebody, and they came to get you. That wasn't found. She brought her ass back home. That's what that is. Found means somebody actually found, not you up and came back home because you done got your doggone, you done got your boogie on. Now you got Miss Meal cramps. See, because you hungry.
Why would she leave her car though? Like, why would she leave?
Look, young lady, let me give you an old story. This story, some of y'all may have been born the year this happened. Okay, it was 1987. You dig? 1987. You had a young lady, her name was Tawala Brawley. And she had a boyfriend that was going to go to jail. And she made this plan on how to bring a little hot tail over to see that boy for that last time before he got locked up. So, he get him a little tail and she could get a little, you dig. Did all that good. She didn't make a plan to get back home. So she invented one. She got like charcoal briquette and scribbled KKK on the front of her body and said she got kidnapped and thrown in a dumpster and threatened by these KKK members. I'm like, no, KKK and NYC, because it happened in New York City. Them two 3-letter combinations don't go together, okay? Now you got this woman down here. She looked like she works in the medical field of some sort, right?
She got her she is a medical student.
Okay, so she could still be living at home with her parents she could have really, really strict parents that are not allowing her to do what a person of her age would do if they're under their own roof.
But she got a whole boyfriend, a whole long time.
You can have a whole boyfriend all day long. You ain't spending no overnights. You see what I'm saying? Whole boyfriend, okay. You spending the night pretending you married or whatever it is, or you going, no. We ain't living like that. I mean, I know some people that's like that. Yeah, I got an aunt. If I go to Louisiana and I bring a lady friend with me, we can't even stay at our house. Not overnight. Like, so what room y'all get? Where y'all get a room at? She nicely says, that ain't your wife, and you is not gonna be under my roof with some woman you ain't married to living in sin. You got parents like that were raised that way, and they still live that way. So for somebody to leave all of this and all of that, and the best thing, they took her straight to the hospital. They checking all the doggone, checking the temperature, the oil, the transmission fluid, and everything else. I'm just saying it that way because I don't want nobody to be saying I done said something.
I have one question.
Okay, so
I have
now when they check all the transmission fluids and the radiator fluid and check the air on the tires, let them find her boyfriend DNA. Who this is here? Okay, well this DNA This DNA is some fresh DNA. Now you said you was what? With this fresh DNA someplace where it ain't supposed to be? Don't tell us, oh, we did something last week. Not with this DNA right here. This DNA ain't no week old DNA.
You, Leonard, so you got to explain. If hold on, so you basically saying she was onto a sneaky link, right? That she this was a sneaky link situation. She was hooking.
There you go. That's what it's called. Okay. And young folk talk. Yeah, I didn't know what to call it. She got a sneaky link.
Because y'all must not really be listening to the show because we done debunked this 1,000 times. You still got to make it make sense. If this is a woman who's trying not to get caught, why would she leave her car running, make her whole position in this road completely obvious, with knowing that police constantly travel the same interstate? And why would she call the police and bring them to the scene that she ain't gonna be at, and she trying to be on the low? Y'all hypothesis is not incorporating why she would call the police to the scene and then not be there, but she's some down low woman trying to get a piece of dick on the side. That none of that makes sense.
Right. A sneaky link's supposed to be sneaky. This ain't sneaky at all.
Okay, look. Everybody don't know how to sneak right.
Oh,
you had to want a Brawley in New York City. She was getting her sneaky link. And Al Sharpton out there marching, got the whole country upset. Thinking this girl got attacked by KKK.
Why would she call? No, but the difference is,
I know it's different, but I'm just saying
that situation is a false equivalency.
Mm-hmm.
This situation involved a woman who not only informed the police, she called her sister-in-law. Why would you call the police to the scene? There hadn't been anything that had happened.
See? Don't make sense, do it.
What in the hell did the police and the baby got to do with her running off to be with another man? Like, how does that actually make sense?
See? It don't.
Right.
When the last time, because if you're driving and you get a flat tire, you call AAA, don't you? You don't dial 911 for that.
It's not the case, Leonard. Y'all are reaching for it.
No, I'm not reaching. I'm just saying.
Leonard, you are reaching. You are reaching, Leonard. And let me tell you why. You see a black woman goes missing and you automatically equate that to she was going to meet a man. Like what?
No, no. I didn't automatically equate anything to anything. I'm talking about her as a person.
You don't know her as a person.
I don't know her as a person. I don't know her as a person, but I'm talking about the situation she was in as a black woman person. Okay.
As a black woman, she pulled.
Young lady, first and foremost, do not get it twisted. Okay. A woman that I was in love with, that we supposed to have been on some together forever. Okay, no, stop. See, you don't want to hear the truth because then your face get broke. Her daughter was gunned. Her daughter was gunned down by the grandparents' house, right where she grew up at, in the neighborhood we grew up at when we was little, and we was, that was my She lost her daughter. The woman didn't last a year from grief. So don't make like I'm trying to.
What does that have to do with any?
What they got to do with it is don't try to push out a narrative. Well, I don't care because it was a black woman. I'm gonna cut you off before you even get there. No, I'm cutting you off before you get there.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh yeah. Leonard,
I need to be wearing my "Where the White Woman At" shirt right now.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna stop talking.
Okay.
Leonard. Do you?
I mean, I ain't lying. I got the T-shirt right here. I show receipts.
I believe you. Yes.
That's crazy though. Like, why? How and why would you even think that? The first thing that you think of when this lady went missing, you see this stuff on the tape. Why would you think it had to do with a man though? But why?
I did not believe that had anything to do with a man until the story ended. It's like, she just came home. It's like, huh? Came home? What you mean?
Okay, so let me ask you this question, Leonard. How should the story have ended for you to believe that it didn't involve a man?
The woman was found by somebody I'm not saying she had to have expired, mind you. I would not want that. Life is precious. Now, the woman was found. They did a toxicology on her. They found out that she was like, you know, them dudes that be going over to Colombia, messing with them, whatever they are, sneaky link for the $40 holler. And they got that, I forgot what they call it, Carlethia, something that they put around, they drink, and they drink it, and it affects them and knocks them out, and then they rob them. I forgot what they call it, some type of, because I don't even go to that country. But I've been hearing a lot of talk about that. Some sort of drug of some sort, right? Okay. I feel you there. All right. But if I just leave out my house right now, just leave out. And there ain't I have nothing, whatever. The family get disturbed, call the police, put my picture all out there. Local man just went missing. If you see him out there, okay, just went missing. Does he have a psychological problem? Does he have what do they call that thing when people talk to themselves or talk to stuff that ain't there? Schizophrenia or, you know, Alzheimer's. Do he have something going on with it? Nothing. He's just a perfectly healthy person. And all of a sudden I come back. Hi, everybody. Where you been? I went for a walk. You went for a walk for 2 days, 3 days? That's going to look suspect to people like, okay, was this the prelude to something else? That's all I'm saying. See, when I first saw the story, I was like, oh my goodness, there's another one. And it don't get reported. I'm glad it's getting reported on. Now one gets nationwide attention, and this is how it ends.
It ain't ended yet, though.
I know it ain't ended yet, but I'm talking about you just showed up at your doorstep like, you know, you have no abrasions, no,
it didn't say it didn't say.
I know. That's why I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on the whole little you did. See, I'm waiting on it. Because you got situations.
Apparently, from the police and according to her boyfriend, she's in pretty bad shape.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen any updates on anything yet. This is as updated as that's why I clicked on the stream. I'm like, because I didn't know of any updates of anything that happened.
She got taken to a hospital. She's in pretty bad shape.
Okay. Now, all the news stories I read didn't say nothing about her being in bad shape.
Well, to be more exact, they didn't necessarily specify if that meant physical or emotional, but from what I can discern, it seems like more mental and emotional bad shape. I mean, obviously she was in enough shape to walk home on foot from wherever she was, but I'm sure she's physically injured to some extent. I'm not going to say the most severe,
right,
but she's definitely obviously impacted emotionally and has been impacted mentally by her whole ordeal. And people do show up. I mean, like we call them victims for a reason, right? Because they have survived something. So they don't always have to be found. They can find themselves. They can defend themselves in situations and get to safety. I mean, it's not like one scenario for a survivor of anything.
Right. Yeah, but see, you get a lot of people.
Could it be, Leonard, that you have some inherent disdain for Black women? Because you do have a wear the white women shirt at, and your go-to was to conclude that this woman must have been whoring and just got caught up in her foolishness. And between the shirt where the white women at, and then just an automatic salacious judgment on her situation, it's seeming like you might got some. And then you told this anecdotal tale of women breaking your heart and everything. So it seemed like you got
okay, let me talk about the heartbreak situation. That's because somebody died, and they died from grief because their own daughter was gunned down like a dog on the streets in Chicago. Okay, you can look. Her family was on Crime Watch. You can look at the video. Heartbroken. So it has no. Oh, I got hatred for doggone black women because of some heartbreak, whatever. It's like, shoot.
So why are you willing to feel like, I mean, you ultimately are blaming this woman for her own, I mean, you basically are victim blaming. So what would be your context for victim blaming?
My context would be the way it was portrayed in the news. Oh, she just showed up back at home.
Set the news aside, you get to see what happened.
But that's all I can base it on, the news story. I don't know this woman.
No, you can base it on what's on the screen. There's whole footage here that I've been playing. It's 4 minutes worth of footage. It shows what happened in that moment. This woman doesn't even leave her car after she gets into the passenger side of her vehicle. So, and she just disappears into thin air shortly after. And the police pulls up and doesn't find her, and they search for her in this area. And are you telling me that she ran off without her wig and ran off without her hat and ran and left her car running and her passenger door open and her pocketbook in the car and everything else?
She didn't have a wig either?
No.
Okay, that's different. Ain't no black woman. You can't touch a black woman hair while you doggone getting it in. Not if it's a wig or weave. They ain't having that. So okay. Like I said, this stuff I don't know. Not that changes my opinion that somebody left their weave behind.
So y'all be having these hardcore hypotheses and don't even be completely informed. That's also interesting.
Yeah. So do women. They do the same thing.
All right. Y'all always do that. But so we ain't talking about women. We talking about.
I know, but some women do it too. So it's on both sides.
Ironic because it's ironic that you are the second cis hetero man to hit the panel and you literally started off with, I totally agree with the last hetero.
And I do.
Man. There's a reason why that pattern is there. And
because we've seen too many what my mom, I'm an old man now. Well, my mama generation used to call them little hot tail girls. We've seen a bunch of what these little hot tail girls do.
Grown ass woman in medical school who got a whole man that she fucks and
at 25
in medical school.
25 ain't grown, partner.
No,
at 25, she's still in.
She's grown enough to be in college.
She's still in the heat mentality.
She's grown enough to be educated. She grown. She is grown. She's grown.
Okay, all right. Well, you that grown. That means you live by yourself.
I'm not saying that 25 is the extent of the absolute maturity, but she is legally grown and she's doing what grown women do. She's working. She in school. She got a job. She works at a spa. She's in medical school to be a nurse. She has a long-term boyfriend who loves her. She is she loves on her parents, and she's such a decent person that she put her life on the line to save a random wandering toddler on the interstate. And yet, black cis hetero men are here wanting this woman to be a whore, wanting her to be committing infidelity, wanting her to be.
We're wanting the evidence that the police find in the end, then make a whole decision. But we've seen exact same things happen before.
Yeah, that don't mean it's happening here, and ain't no evidence.
It's just like a comedian. Chris Rock.
Riddle me this: if she is on the down low, hooking up behind her man's back, once again,
I don't know about all that.
I can't explain all the other elements, but if she's going to meet somebody, why the hell would she leave her communication device in the car, her phone?
Well, I'm not saying that she was going to hook up with some other dude.
So what are you saying?
I know some people who still got that old school rule.
So what are you saying then? Like,
what I'm saying is maybe she couldn't have it like Burger King the way she wanted with her boyfriend where she lived, and she came up with this elaborate plan to have it her way.
How could she come up with this plan when she was not found in her vehicle, and we see her not leave her vehicle after she gets back in her vehicle?
I don't know. I'm not going to argue all that. I'm not going to argue all that.
But you're gonna have to make a sound argument because
no, I'm not. All I gotta do is wait on the police report to come out and go with the evidence.
You ain't doing that. You already done came to a salacious narrative without even all the information. So you the last
just like you ain't okay. Just hold on now. Just like all the people that came down to a narrative when you had that woman in Chicago, son, that protected her at the hot dog shop. And all of them said, see, single black mama.
And guess what? All y'all
Next thing you know,
and then all y'all
hold on now. Next thing you know, what happened? They found out that boy's an honor student.
And
she was in the absolute because hood rat mamas don't raise honor students, and she was in the absolute right. And especially in Chicago, they suck. So they doggone. They got all mad at the police when she got arrested. Then when they let her go, now everybody mad at her talking about what they talking about, turning her into a doggone victim when she was not a victim, opposite of a victim. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, look, pick a struggle. Either you for her and her son did the right thing, or you against her. Stop flip-flopping.
You would think that the men's community would have learned their lesson then from Carlethia Hood situation.
That's her name, Carlethia Hood. Yeah.
So you would think that y'all would have learned y'all lesson.
Y'all who learned what lesson?
Y'all
who?
Cause you over here agreeing with Unc who came up with the same narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
And it ain't nothing here that supports that.
And there's nothing that supports me supporting somebody putting their hands on anybody else.
She's a hoe. And your go-to is she's a young thought. That's your go-to.
Yeah. Well,
that's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay. It could be that. It could be that. Like I said, I'm 60 years old. I got less years to be here than some of y'all got to go here. So I'm not changing my mind.
Wiser than the rest of us, but you don't.
No, I'm old and set in my ways.
You enough,
and that's the problem.
Yeah, it could be a problem. It could be a problem. My wisdom that got me exactly where I needed to be in life.
And that's exactly why the universe be taking you niggas out at 45 because y'all don't deserve to hit 60. Y'all don't contribute shit. Y'all don't bring nothing valuable, nothing intelligent, nothing wise, nothing critical, nothing to the fucking table but old foolishness. 60-year-old ass.
Yeah, exactly.
And now I'm the one that over there without a black woman.
I'm that one that
you sitting over there without. Oh, you sitting over there without a black woman, and you ain't even got a white bitch to show for it either.
Oh.
You know what I do, guys?
It's your time to speak. High vibes. Goodbye, Leonard. Welcome to the platform, High Vibe. What you got to say about all this craziness going on?
Hello. Hi, you guys. This is my first time up.
Hey, welcome to the platform.
Okay, I hope I don't have an echo, do I?
No, you sound great.
Okay, good. I just put in the chat that I have experienced, now I don't know if this is what happened to this young lady, and I'm glad that she's been found. But I have experience where I have literally been in the same spot in my own neighborhood, coming home where you enter what I call an energy vortex. You guys can look this up. It's a thing out there that people are researching and are playing, kind of messing around with for various reasons, for manifestation, all the different types of stuff. But anyway, you can enter into an energy vortex where you kind of notice that you've went into like a weird type of area and there's an energy there. I say that to say that people have mentioned walking in and out of other realms, unexplainable. Like they can't go back to that same location sometimes and have the same experience. Sometimes they do. I think it's maybe possible that's what she experienced, to the point where she saw everything that she saw and she experienced everything that she experienced. And that's just my own personal experience with things like that. It was in my own neighborhood where I would come home in the same spot. Every now and then I would feel completely disoriented, no explanation at all. I just out of the blue, I would just feel like, what the heck is going on? I would feel kind of sick. I would get concerned. It would be a completely crazy feeling.
Was it kind of like a lightheaded type of situation that happened to you?
Yes, it was lightheaded.
Right.
I would feel like I was kind of like not even in my own body.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Same.
freaked me out. But yeah, that's my experience. I know other people have mentioned that. And so I'm wondering if that's what she experienced to the point where she actually saw a different realm that she just kind of entered into and was freaked out.
That's actually me personally. I have experienced the same thing. Now, I'm a commercial driver, so I'm always going from, like, you know, city to city
Me
and
too. I
traveling
just
a
got my
lot.
CDL. All
Yep.
right.
Okay. And so I've been having I've had mine for almost 4 years now. And
Okay.
I have noticed that there are times where it's almost like you get that outer body experience. You know what I mean? And I don't know, like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not claiming to be psychic or anything like that, because I really don't think that I am, based on my natal chart. However, I feel like, you know, kind of like how Conscious was saying earlier, it's like, you know, we have these ley lines, and certain entities carry a certain frequency, and we might
Yes.
find ourselves in that frequency, and that's when we experience and see certain things. You
Yep.
know what
And
I mean?
yes, in that same area at different times, I would smell, if I go to that same area, it was by this grocery store by my house, but I was far away from where I wouldn't smell alcohol out of the grocery store. I would literally come out and I would smell alcohol and cigarettes. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't never smoke or drink in my car. So I'm like, where is that coming from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
real. Perhaps that's something that Carlee went through. I'm not entirely sure. I would love for her to be able to come out with her own statement. However, I
Yes.
feel like the powers that be are not going to allow that, simply because it's probably going to wake too many people up and shake too many people up at the same time. So as much as I would love for her to be able to just come out openly, you know, we understand that we operate in the matrix, so to speak. So that probably will never happen, unfortunately. But what we seen on that video and what logic is trying to tell us, you know, it's just not, the math is not mathing. Something is not clean in the buttermilk. They could try to say she was snatched up, all this, that, and the third. We don't see no snatching up. We don't see no infant, no child, no toddler, no socks, no Pampers. We
Yeah.
don't see nothing. All we see is her acting, getting in the passenger side. She disappears. Police show up. She's not there. So I don't know. This is a very, very intriguing topic, and I wish the best for her.
And now, to strengthen the alternative argument, the police have released a statement basically saying that they're going to just let her recover before they even ask her any hard questions, before they even investigate, and before they even interview her. Wow. Which also means that on the other end, if they believe this was something physical that happened, they would not be handling it this way, because they are literally allowing this woman to withhold significant information that could be valuable to apprehending terrorists out here who are terrorizing Alabama citizens and using children as bait. And the longer they let her sit still and not endure an interview, the more they're giving these alleged perpetrators time to destroy evidence, to get away, to flee, to get out of Dodge, etc. And so for the police to back off and basically utter the language of, you know, she's endured a lot, we're going to give the family time, we're just happy she's home, is screaming that whatever story she told them, it can't be supported by any physical evidence. It's often some other realm. It's often something that they are sum total into her imagination, hallucination. Maybe psychosis and mental health is an issue here. We're just happy to have her back, and we'll just talk to her when she feels better. What? Wow, there are alleged traffickers out there on Alabama highways. Y'all are gonna wait. They literally said we are going to interview her when she feels better. What the fuck?
When she feel better.
Yeah, and you got these people out here snatching folks up out their vehicles and using babies as bait on the internet. No. So that tells me whatever they told her falls into some other, whatever she told them falls into some other category. It doesn't fall in a physical category. It doesn't.
At all.
Can
And
I
when
can I
has
jump in
law
real quick?
enforcement and when has law enforcement ever cared about emotional health? They're gonna
Right.
wait until she feels better. Really?
Right. Like, what the fuck? Like, we tell the witnesses who witnessed the shooting of Tupac, we're gonna wait till the victims recover from losing Tupac before we
Right.
get eyewitness testimony. Baby, please. Like,
Right.
in
Wow.
every situation where this type of crime has been committed, once again, we all learned this from watching the first 48. They tell you the first 48 hours are the most important. You can't wait when crime is committed. You can't like just let the situation linger and just go. And she's the most critical witness because she's the only victim in this case. It's not like these people snatched up a slew of folk and it's 6 other Carlees, so they can afford to just let her chill while they work with 4 other witnesses and 4 other victims. She's
Exactly.
the most critical. She's the most critical witness in this case because it all comes down to her. It all comes down to what she can tell us, and they're gonna let the only witness they have, the only victim they have, they're just gonna give her time before
Crazy.
and wait till she feels like talking. Oh, okay. All right.
Maybe she had a shroom trip.
If she had a shroom trip, she wouldn't have been able to drive.
But why would she? Yeah, why would she have a shroom? Why would she have taken drugs? And she just got off work. She just stopped by the restaurant to pick up food for her and her mom. She's on her way home, like, and then she to everybody's point, she's behind the wheel of a car. It would seem like she would just wait till she get home to trip. Like, I wouldn't think this woman would endanger herself by taking shrooms 9:30 at night behind the wheel of the car, and she's alone.
Or others.
And what kind of shrooms are these? Like, give me some
that make you
disappear.
that make you disappear.
Right, I want some.
Never know.
Oh, baby, let me tell y'all something. Don't underestimate shrooms because I took some damn edibles. I took my ass through the roof. So, baby, I done heard some shroom experiences, baby. I done had some ayahuasca as baby. You will be gone. Gone.
I'm waiting. Oh, wow. I'm waiting for it
to the third heaven, honey. I'm talking about. I was so high off my edible trip. I was fighting to stay conscious because I thought I would disappear. I thought I would be taken by the universe. I was really fighting gravity to stay in my body because I was lifted off. Baby,
well, take me with you. Take me with you. Shit.
I have a theory.
That's one of the theories I came up with. So I'm sure that didn't happen, but that's where my mind went.
I actually have a theory that kind of covers like almost all of what we've seen, the video evidence. What you mentioned earlier, Conscious, about what her mom said about children need to listen to their parents. I can kind of encapsulate that in one theory. Now, there's this legend of what's called black-eyed children. They're children. They usually look all the whites of their eyes, everything is completely black. And when they seek a victim, they're communicating with them telepathically. You never see their mouth moving, but you hear them like a voice in your head. And they're usually beseeching you. They're usually asking for help, asking you to let them in or to come with them. Okay. So say she's on the highway. She looks over and she sees what she thinks at first glance is a little boy, a little toddler. As a nurse, as a caregiver, that's automatically going to first make her want to stop. But if she made eye contact with them, then she would have immediately been psychically captured by them. Okay? Nobody else would have seen them. Usually when there are reports of people coming into contact with black-eyed children, they're usually alone, they're usually isolated. And that's for a very specific reason, because they're predatory. They want you to come with them for a reason. People that go with them are usually never seen again. The ones that escape always speak about this deep sense of dread that prevents them from complying with their order to come with them, to let them in. And it's usually that deep sense of dread that saves them. Now, as a nurse, she's probably looking at it like, oh my God, something's going to happen to this baby. I have to save them. And that's where she went wrong. That would explain why she disappeared, because these are interdimensional beings. So once she made contact with them psychically and was fully under their control, they could have easily pulled her through the veil. That would explain why she disappeared from the road and ended up walking home from some undisclosed location days later. It would also explain why she's in such a shape that they need her to recover before they talk to her. Now, going back to what Consciouz said earlier about her mother saying like a really cryptic message on social media saying this is why children need to listen to their parents. Now, I know from most old school Black parents, if they're telling you not to dabble in certain things spiritually or psychically or within the paranormal realm, they're saying it for a reason, but they never really clearly explain why. And that's where the danger lies. They just say don't do it. They don't tell you what
The
happens if you do.
ramifications. They don't tell you the ramifications of what happens if you do it.
Exactly.
And that's something that
Exactly.
and that's something that I feel, particularly because I'm Black, so I'm going to speak for Black people, particularly in the Black, quote unquote community. We really have to, once we break out of this religious psychosis that 95% of us are stuck in, we have to start explaining to our children why they should and why they shouldn't. You know what I mean? And this is coming from, I have grown children. I have 2 grown daughters, and I wasn't always on this spiritual journey, and I wasn't always privy to the fact that I was in a religious psychosis until I pulled myself out of it. And, it's just, that's one of the dangers. Now, I don't know what Carlee's situation was. I would assume that she was raised in your traditional, Orthodox Christian kind of household. But I feel like once we break loose from this psychosis that many of us are in, many of our parents and grandparents are in, it's at that moment that we can then start to decipher the ether from the physical. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy though, with the black-eyed children. I've never heard of that before. That's a rabbit hole I have to go down.
A lot of people put it in their music videos. Like, don't quote me on it, but I believe I've seen one in, because everybody's heard of Creed, and they're like the religious group.
Yeah.
In one of their old videos, they had a child where he went up close, and the next scene went into the eyes of the kid. It's in a lot of like cryptic theological music.
Wow. I used to listen to Creed too. That's okay. I gotta look back into that.
I had only came back because I wanted to snap on Leonard, because the red pill must let loose my kids tonight. Kevin Samuels reincarnated, because he just pissed me the hell off. CT, I'm sorry. If he listening, boy, go home back to the red pill. You ain't got Becky with you or nothing, because I guarantee you, if this had a bit of Karen, he would have been like, oh my gosh, it happened. It's 100. They always want to turn shit about us into something that black women just these bad women, and we just loose out here. This is a whole woman that went missing, man.
Right, disappeared on camera, and he just gonna hop his little self up on here talking about a sneaky link. It's like, stop over sexualizing black women. Like, I don't know why they do this, but they tend to always sexualize us. Like, really, the woman went missing. This has nothing to do with passion, sexual desire, Venus energy, none of that. She went missing. Like, this is insane to me. I couldn't believe Leonard.
Well,
I couldn't.
Well, if you think about it, that type of mentality has been going on since slavery. Since
Absolutely.
white master has been visiting black women in the slave quarters, and their husbands were just laying there next to them while they're being assaulted. So in order to protect themselves mentally from the fact that they, as the protector and supposed provider of the household, can't do either, and that they're literally being cuckolded in their own home, is to blame the victim, to protect their own ego.
Right.
That's where that comes from. That's something that's never been addressed. In fact, it's been further escalated to the point of them perpetrating the abuse by selling women, selling Black women into these situations. Look at what happened after the New Deal, when Black men chose to move out of the household because, hey, reasons. And what happened after that? You now had whole buildings of just women and children ripe for the picking. And what happened? Predatory Black men moved into those buildings and began to prey on those women, began to pimp those women, began to steal resources from those women who had children. And that has never been addressed as well. So the mentality that he has is one that has been created through slavery, but the self-hate, the hate for Black women, the womb that he comes from, that's something that's been further perpetrated through the 70s and 80s, where it became acceptable within the community to abuse Black women because that's what they're there for. And if you move into this century, you move into like the 90s, the 2000s, where I know just from what I've seen growing up, younger and younger girls and teenagers being preyed upon by older men similar in age to Leonard because they don't have the experience or knowledge to protect themselves from those type of men. So they're grooming them to be over sexualized. There have been studies about this saying that as a society as a whole, we do not see girls, Black girls and children between the ages of 5 to 16 as children. They're thought to have the same sexual knowledge of an adult woman at 5. The fact that he used terminology like, oh, we grew up around fast girls, they were called that because they were being molested.
Right.
And their way
They were
to
called that
adapt
because
was just to let it happen because they knew no one was helping them. People would see the behavior, they would see the predation, and they would allow it to happen because, well, she deserves it, she wants it. No child wants that. No young woman wants that. But in order to remove culpability and the lack of protection and justify not protecting them is to say they brought it on themselves.
You know, that's a very interesting point, which I was already aware of, but when I'm thinking about everything that you said, and then I'm thinking about this situation with Carlee and her encounter with this ether being child, that we can't confirm nor deny whether or not it was a child, a gnome, a fairy, a spiritual entity, an ancestor, like we really don't know. When I think about that, it's kind of like, this might be a weird correlation, but let's just really sit here and like dwell on this for a second. Typically, when we hear about the missing 411s and we hear about situations like that, usually it is concerning the mayonnaise community, right? Typically, it's concerning the Caucasoid. Now, I just think, and I'm kind of worried that we might start seeing this phenomenon happen more amongst Black women. And I think it might have a lot to do with the trauma and the fact that with the generational trauma that we have endured, you know, because we kind of hold that, you know, it's almost genetic, you know what I mean? I'm just curious because the powers that be, they have a way of showing us things and telling us things, and you know what I mean, and like, you know, via the media. So I don't want to go because I can go on a whole rant. I don't want to do that, but it's just, I don't know, I'm kind of getting this intuitive correlation between what happened with Carlee as a melanated carbonated being woman, and like what you were just talking about as far as what we have endured as melanated carbonated women. You know what I mean? I don't know, it's just, it's kind of frightening when I think about it, because I myself, even in recent times, I have kind of had strange encounters within recent years. Ever since the pandemic in 2020, I've kind of had strange encounters with people and things that may or may not be people. You know, I don't know, just just a thought, just a side thought I wanted to throw out there. Because you know, energy exchange is real, and I don't want to make it about race because that can be a very touchy subject, and I have my own beliefs, and I don't want to intrude on anybody else's beliefs. But I do feel like, you know, when you look at melanated people versus, you know, people of no color, we carry a different frequency, we carry a different energy. We just do. I'm not gonna say it's better or worse, I'm just gonna say it's different. All right, because I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to offend anybody, but I just feel like, you know, the tides are turning, and perhaps there's something with the spiritual realm or the paranormal realm versus this physical realm that might be, I don't know. It's just, it's something. I'm sorry, y'all, if I'm ranting. I'm going to go ahead and
good.
stop.
I also want to add into that because we got some new players too. But I want to say to that, I think it's important, especially for melanated people, just because of where those of us who are not tied to this land and weren't already here, because we know that melanated folk were already in so-called America before the slave trade. But for us who came even from this land and came from the motherland, I think it's important that we ask questions about to our grandmothers, to the elders in our family, and we really seek out information about who our greats were, because a lot of spiritual phenomenon can be due to spirit pacts, pacts that were made by our ancestors. Because when you consider the fact that melanated folk, black and brown folk, had to survive colonialism, they had to survive social economic violence, they had to survive physical violence. A lot of our go-tos to navigate this harsh environment was ritualistic magic and metaphysics, and making pacts with spirits in the land, ensuring the safety of our grandchildren, ensuring the prosperity of generations to come in our lineage. And some of those spirits pacts involved certain spirits being offered certain children that will come in the lineage at a certain point in time. But we're unaware of these pacts that have been made. We are unaware of these exchanges that great grandmama made with a spirit, with a demon, with some type of a spiritual being in exchange. Almost like the concept of selling your soul to the devil. In this case, our ancestors didn't necessarily sell their souls to the devil, but they were making pacts with spirits in exchange for safety, in exchange for revenue, in exchange for resources, in exchange for certain blessings, in exchange for our lineage being able to continue, in exchange for being fertile, in exchange for a husband, in exchange for all type of shit. So you will have a lot of spiritual phenomenon show up in certain generations of folk as a result of it being time to collect. And then you be existing, minding your business, not really knowing why the hell your life feel the way that it feels, or why you having sleep paralysis and sleep terrors, and why shit is going astray, or why you can never get a relationship, etc. And it's because there's something. It's because you were offered up in spiritual marriage, and you will have to break that pact. You have to break that tie in order to lift that spell, lift that incantation, so that you can have liberation in that area or areas of your life. And it's just sad because we live in a time now where people aren't really talking to their families and really understanding how significant it is to really talk to your existing relatives about the family and who is who and who did what, etc. Because you'll be surprised at some of the shit that you would discover that's in your bloodline. And some of the people, like I know in my family, hoodoo, voodoo, witchcraft, all that shit is connected to my lineage. There were various relatives who practiced various things, and that's why my family is so psychic in nature. People not only dabbled, but dabbled in things. They dabbled in the occult, but people also develop gifts. Sometimes that dabbling involves being gifted. I mean, people have made pacts with spirits in order to be psychically gifted, etc., in exchange for otherworldly abilities. And we see this same concept now in Hollywood, where they have ceremonies and ritualistic magic. I don't know how many of you guys saw Fahrenheit 9/11, but the producer of that documentary, like, he exposed the global elite. He was able to break into Bohemian Grove, which is this real estate that all of the global elite galvanize at annually. You have everybody from priests, everybody from presidents, everybody from world leaders all over the world who galvanize annually on this big ass estate. There's like a golf course. It looks like the White House. This guy broke into Bohemian Grove, and the shit that he captured was absolutely insane. I'm talking about our world elite, our vice presidents, our politicians, our pop stars, our religious leaders, etc., performing rituals of exorcism, worshiping a owl that was like 15 feet fucking tall, like imitating sacrifices and demonic possession. And then when he captured all of this and then confronted some of the politicians out in the open about the fact that he had broken into Bohemian Grove and saw what the fuck they did there, these politicians were enraged. I mean, cussing him out on camera, like red-faced, flustered, etc., because they had been exposed and they didn't have an explanation for these observations. So metaphysics, astrology, the occult, these aren't things that just your local tarot reader does. Your world governments are in cahoots with spirits. They understand they understand consciousness. They understand consciousness's connection to the body. This is why they even will fund, without tax-paying dollars, secret psyop and spy programs where they literally use psychics and remote viewers to spy on other countries. Literally millions of dollars, millions of taxpaying. This is all shit that's public record. Millions of taxpayer dollars that go into employing psychic spies to do the bidding of our world government. You guys probably have also heard about the infamous Area 51. And somebody said it earlier. There is so much whistleblowing right now about alien terrestrial technology, alien encounters. There's so many military that is speaking out about this phenomenon, that's encountered this phenomenon. So many credible employees of the government who are whistleblowing the dog shit out of how our world is really constructed and what's really going on behind the scenes. And so these things have very large implications, and they're not even deduced to just us down here. The top of the pyramid is wide open in these affairs, and they're using these powers, they're using these abilities, they're employing these talented people, they are researching these areas of consciousness and psychic phenomenon, and they are weaponizing those things against society as well through butterfly, monarch, mind control, television, radio waves, chemtrails, the food. There's a spiritual attacks and psychological warfare going on at every direction. So when the scriptures talk about us being fully armored up with the armor of God, somebody else said it, that they believe that there's going to be more of this. We already in that era. There's this shit that's going on in this case, this shit that's going on with alien abduction, shit falling from the skies of Las Vegas in the backyards of people. I mean, this shit is already in the bundles. If you get to that side of YouTube, you're going to see that it's almost another damn like social media, because all that information, all of that. And I had just pulled up a live stream on yesterday with our US government is having a debriefing with the military about alien technology, about alien encounter and phenomenon, and what infrastructure do we have in place to protect ourselves from this alleged otherworldly technology and this consciousness, etc. And we're now having to build infrastructure to analyze UFO sightings and to pull up with abduction and everything. I mean, this shit is wild, and it's happening right in the Congress hallways, and it's going over everybody's head, and people just believe that this stuff is not transpiring, and it is. There are real conversations involving very significant people that are talking about these very things at the top fucking level. At the top fucking level. These things no longer exist in the fringe and the weird, and only a minority of people who got tinfoil hats on and doing their tinfoil shit. No, baby. This is mainstream. This is out in the open. This is governmental. This is where science is going, and the study of quantum physics and the study of consciousness, etc. This is all that playing out in plain sight. But people are already addicted to the stimulations they are addicted to, and therefore are abandoning some very important areas of life where some very significant conversations and some very significant changes and evolutions are taking place. But I want to bring into the chat, I think we have graduated thought, and then we have speaking from something, and then we have Carlethia. So hi, graduated thought, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome to
Thank you, Conscious, and thank you, Conscious, and thank you for allowing me on your platform.
Absolutely.
I wanted to speak first to a comment that I believe is Miss Bynum made in the comments about how, as a people, we're taught that anything native, anything from an African perspective is demonic, and every other culture has a form of ancestor worship. We are the only people who are taught that our ancestors and to communicate with them is demonic.
Evil. Mm-hmm.
If that is the case, that means that you are a demon. You can't be born of a demon or a lineage of demons and not be demonic. If that's the case, that's a form of psychological enslavement, because it's trying to separate you from your ancestors, from your community, from your history.
Yeah.
And just to go back, I'm trying to make sure I deal with this in terms that everybody can kind of get.
Before you move in, I just want to insert this. Just remember, if your ancestors would not and did not hurt you when they were alive, they're not going to hurt you in spirit either.
Exactly. And just to speak from the feminine perspective, women are born with multiple generations inside of their womb. When you're born, you have all of the eggs you're ever going to have. And those eggs have all of the genetic material that they're ever going to produce, meaning you carry with you a multitude of generations. Anything that you're enduring at this point, future generations are being embedded with that same experience. So when you look at it from that perspective, what your mothers went through, what your grandmothers, what your great grandmothers endured, you have internalized in your body. So when you're reacting to certain things and you don't know where that reaction is coming from, you really need to look at your history and ask those difficult questions. A lot of Black families don't like having those conversations. And I'm going to speak just from my perspective. Until fairly recently, there are topics that were just taboo, completely off limits. And because of that, I found myself ill prepared for what I was experiencing, because everything is cyclical. What your ancestors felt, what they endured, you will endure until one generation breaks that curse. The fact that we are kept in these psychological and spiritual confines keeps us from seeing situations for what they are, as a test. And we continue to fail those tests, and we continue to endure that pain because we're not looking at the situation, we're not evaluating it, we're reacting after the fact and not preparing each other for it. That's one thing. And we really got to get deeper into our spirituality and our knowledge of self, because what's coming is going to be a test not only of our faith, our sense of self, but our knowledge of this world that's around us. Just to kind of incorporate what Conscious was mentioning earlier about this increase in UFO sightings. Some of those are not extraterrestrial. They're very much terrestrial because our military has had that technology since I want to say the late 40s. They've been reverse engineering everything that they have found. So some of those craft that you're seeing, they're not extraterrestrials. And the fact that they're not commenting either way, and other governments have gone into like full disclosure, we really need to look at why our government is still hesitant to talk about some of these things, because they could be playing in our face. And if you look at some of the documents that have been released by the government, for instance, Project Bluebeam, it speaks to what we're seeing now. We're going to see these things that cause us to look up into the sky until we see something that's very familiar to all of us, something that speaks to a spirituality and a practice that is not native to us, but was instilled in us. And we will be called upon to bow before it. If you bow, you will be enslaved. You will be enslaved. If you do not have discernment, if you ignore your intuition, if you don't question what you're seeing, if you do not critically think about what's being put before you, you will be enslaved by the choice that you make to obey. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. That was deep and riveting. I want to show this on the screen before I get to the other speakers. This is Carlee Russell's mother's post. I'm sure most of y'all have seen this, but it reads, "Great morning. My husband and I want to make this statement again as we did last night. It's nothing more to add or take away from how we're feeling right now. God is faithful and he has answered our prayers. We are so grateful to each of you for all acts of kindness, generosity, and compassion you have shown. Our baby is safe. Thank you, Father God. We want to ask for privacy at this time to allow us to just love on our daughter, each other, with our close family and friends. Also, please consider the fact that we have not slept for 3 nights and we are mentally and physically exhausted. To our media friends, I promise we will speak with you and give you a general statement." Oh, wow. "A general statement in the near future, as this is an ongoing investigation. We consider the media outlets that cared enough to share the story, law enforcement agencies, special investigators, city leaders, to be our friends, and we will be respectful of all. For everyone that has messaged or called to rejoice with us, we are so grateful for your concern. Just as we made a commitment to not entertain negative thoughts during the time our daughter was missing, we surely will not entertain negative thoughts and statements, unvalidated opinions, or sheer ignorance at such a joyous time. We pray that those that doubt God's power, miracles, and the power of faith will be encouraged to draw closer to him and learn the power of positive affirmations and unwavering faith. We love each other. We love each of you and are eternally indebted for your support and love. Be blessed, the Russells." Now, that was from the mother after daughter came home. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard this, child, but this is another theory that's allegedly going on. Somebody just informed me about. They are saying that Carlee Russell staged her abduction because she ran off to try to get an abortion, since abortion is illegal in Alabama, because she's pregnant with a 17-year-old boy's baby.
What?
You all heard that right?
Who says that?
This is I just learned of this, so I don't have the backstory. I don't know what the basis of this narrative is, but that's another narrative that's going out, is that she staged her going missing and an abduction in order to attempt to get an abortion, and she's pregnant with a 17. Now, I'm gonna tell you the problems I have off the bat with that theory. Why would she have to stage an abduction in order to go off and get a secret abortion? For one,
Exactly.
even if she is pregnant, with a 17-year-old boy's baby, why would she have to stage her going missing in order to get an abortion?
Because, like you said, Conscious, people just don't want to listen and open up their minds to what either side it could be. Like, we had Leonard Ignorant Self come up, and the first thing he said, since a black woman comes up missing, is she being fast. Now they're saying she's going to have an abortion. This conversation isn't just for anybody. Let's just make that clear.
Agreed. And also, just to clarify, even if she did have an abortion, she wouldn't be allowed to go back to her home state for at least 2 weeks, because there would still be signs that she had one, and she could be arrested if she's in a state where abortion is illegal. So she would not have been back in 3 days if that was the case.
Now someone else so she went and had an abortion.
Oh wow.
I'm just trying to figure out the part about the going missing and leaving the car on the side of the road, because there was other more like easier, less dramatic ways to pull off getting out of town. Like, I'm going on vacation.
Right.
I'm going out town to see a girlfriend. I'm on an assignment out of the state. I mean, there was like such easier, way less dramatic, costly, way less ways for her to accomplish getting out of state to go get an abortion. What
Right.
did staging her going missing do when she knew she was going to have to return back home? It's not like she was staging her death, which then the scenario would have made sense. If they're saying she was faking her death because she wanted to go off the grid and she just wanted to leave her old life, then this scenario makes sense. This narrative makes sense. But who in the fuck does all this to go get a fucking secret abortion?
Right.
You
There's
actually are
easier ways
drawing
to get.
attention. How is somebody? And this is the thing about the narrative about her being a hoe and hooking up with a nigga or a secret abortion is both narratives are suggesting that she's trying to get away with something. So why would she do something to draw absolute attention to herself, like stage going missing? That's going to absolutely blow her spot up and stage, like, and shine a big ass spotlight on her.
Right.
Why would she do that if she's trying to be on the low about anything, whether it's about another man, whether it's about an abortion? Like, I don't get it.
Well, the dusty incels in the chat would say that she's trying to create a victim narrative because, of course, a black woman can never be victimized, right? But yeah, that's the type of like circular thinking and the type of thinking I was explaining earlier. It's easier to just blame a black woman for what's being done to her as opposed to standing up and protecting her like they were created to do. It's just easier for them.
The manosphere right now probably over there saying, well, this wouldn't happen if she had a husband. And the mammies, where was her husband? Can't nobody just simply shut up and leave that red pill stuff alone, and let's look at this either logical, spiritual, or with the paranormal. It has nothing to do with her being a black woman. That's what they need to do. Leave that alone.
And they still haven't addressed the fact of her literally disappearing on camera.
Exactly.
That's the part that I'm just like, they just won't. It's the cognitive dissonance for me. Like, you won't even believe what you're seeing with your own eyes. No, she has to be a whore. She has to be like that. I can't understand that level of disassociation with reality. Like,
exactly. And that's all I keep thinking about is after every single sneaky link, abortion, all of these manosphere talking points, at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, but y'all, she disappeared. Like, what happened to that? Like, how are y'all just not? How are y'all skipping over that? She disappeared. Like, this has nothing to do with sneaky links, abortions, or any of that. She disappeared. Like, that's the insane part about it to me. I just can't wrap my head around it.
This case really shows how much people. It shows how the ideals that the Black community really holds about Black women.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because both narratives have to do with the sexualization.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not coincidental, as I was stating to Leonard. That's not coincidence. It's not coincidence. There is a pathology in the Black community as it relates to Black women and it relates to Black females. And as somebody mentioned earlier, like we already know, like this is a big reason why law enforcement doesn't half the time issue out all the resources to find missing Black girls, because even the white consciousness holds this idea that Black children are rebellious and that they choose to run away from home. They're not kidnapped. And that if it pertains to a Black female going missing, then she obviously ran off with a man and to be with a man, because Black females, even through the white gaze, are considered hypersexual beings who lead and live from their genitalia and lead from their sexuality. And it's one thing for them to feel that way and to hold those ideas in order to support their prejudice towards us, which I expect from them. But it's really just fucked up that we perpetuate it as a community. Like, how our enemies feel and think about us is one thing. They're supposed to, because they the haters on the block. So they're going to do what haters do. But for us to perpetuate that is really fucking insane. And then for Black men who are looking for some type of sovereignty in a society that is putting a demolition to their ass, white supremacy putting a demolition to their ass, for them to forget that they need Black women, because those are the people who are out there protesting and boycotting on behalf of Pookie and Ray Ray. Those are the groups that are standing in the gap. That's the group that's standing in the gap for Black men. And then Black women can even rely on Black men in times of distress and vulnerability and adversity. It's just so
it's disheartening.
I don't know what word I can use to describe bad that would be satisfying, because every word in the dictionary just won't satisfy me in terms of just how disgusting of an issue we have as it relates to Black women in the community, and the level of abandonment and the level of slander and the level of toxicity that just exists from Black women to Black women, from Black men to Black women. And it's just like wow to see it, because like these, once upon a time, these were things you felt like you read about, and you read some scholarly book and you understood patriarchy. But living in this age of social media where everybody gets to pop their low vibrational shit and gets an opportunity to really state what's in their heart and to actually see it, like to actually have Black men hit the panel and actually say it, like to actually see it in real time, is it's shocking. It's shocking. I'm shocked. Even though this has always been the case, it's shocking to just see it in full blood, in full 3D. Okay, somebody gonna have to mute. Whoever got pots and pans and dishes in the background, gonna have to mute it up.
I'm sorry, that was me. I'm muting. I'm sorry.
Cook that Sunday dinner, sis. Put that macaroni in there, sis. So yeah, it's just shocking, from the Flacos to the Leonards. It's just like, oh my God. But I'll let somebody else jump in here. Oh, somebody else was saying, I don't know if this is the follow-up post, but somebody was saying in the original post that the mother made that there was a encrypted message to the sum total of "I told you so," or "I tried to tell her," or something. I don't know if anybody can verify that was in the original post by the mom. But what I also am going to do is I'm going to see if I can figure out where this whole pregnant by a 17-year-old boy staged a whole abduction allegedly situation comes from, and then I'm probably going to come back live and unpack that and inform y'all about what the root of that is, where that's coming from, who's saying that, is it backed up by anything, what's being used to legitimize that claim. But yeah, that definitely doesn't make sense to me. But yeah,
It could be a situation like with Leonard interjecting himself in Carlicia's story, which had absolutely nothing to do with him, and making it about him. It could have been some incel Dusty that was relating something that happened to him to this situation and interjecting a false narrative where it needed not apply. I feel like that's probably where that's going to come from, because again, Black men love to justify the victimization of Black women.
Wow.
And when there is no evidence, they will create it. As you saw, Leonard had no problem lying and just speaking out of both sides of his neck. And the fact that they feel so comfortable spreading these false narratives within the community and outside of the community, because there's a mixed group here. When you're speaking like that in mixed company, the only thing people know of us is what they hear us say to each other, what they see of us and how we interact with each other. That's how they learn who and what we are. And what they're seeing is a lot of dysfunction, a lot of chaos, a lot of misogyny, and they're going to benefit from it. They're going to continue to benefit from the lack of protection of Black women. And as a whole, as a gender, we Black women need to pull all the way back. Stop caping for them. Stop interceding. Stop giving the benefit of the doubt. Step back and let events unfold, because the truth will always reveal itself. And the last thing you want to do is waste your precious time and God-given energy supporting a dusty, degenerate bum.
Absolutely. I need to go get into some things, y'all. I need to go figure out what this other narrative is about for sure, so we can discuss that and explore that, because that is a lot. I love the conversation we're having around the spiritual aspect and the metaphysical aspect of all of this. And we're going to keep these conversations going. We're going to keep this type of content going. And I appreciate all of you ladies for joining me in divulging and being such great conversationalists, which is not a word. And I'm going to be back. Let me go get into these streets and see what's going on. And then we'll follow up in the next commentary will be left off at, and also with exploring this particular narrative as well. And once again, anybody who has any tea, anybody who has anything, if you see any of this stuff, if you know, if you are seeing things that I'm not reporting on as it relates to the story, send it to me, 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 because I can't be everywhere. I don't have the ability to watch everything. So, things that you guys have access to, if there are videos that you think show this or show that, somebody turned it into a black and white video, send it to me. Don't just don't tell me about it. Send it to me so we can bring it up on the platform and we can talk about it and break it down and get into the bone marrow of this thing. Because that's what we're doing. We hammering away and making it make sense. So any information, any videos on TikTok, any YouTube, anything, send it to me. Let me know what's up so I can introduce it into the overall commentary, and we can continue to figure out what's going on. I'm gonna let you ladies go, get out of here, but I'll probably be back before the night is out. So If I am, obviously I'll create a watch page and you guys will be alerted and have the opportunity to know that I'm coming back through on the come through, and we can continue to deepen the discussion around Miss Carlee Russell and her very controversial and crazy circumstance. That sounds good?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I will let y'all go. I can get up out of here. I love you all. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Speaking. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Graduated Thought. Thank you to all of the panelists who came up. This was absolutely astonishing. I think also something is going on with StreamYard. They're kind of like kicking people out. They're going through some type of a glitch. I don't know what the T is, but they doing what they do. So thumbs up this video, you guys. Shout out to the 1K in the chat. I meant to screenshot that shit, but shout out to the 1K in the chat, honey. Love you all. I will be back briefly, and thank you to all of my donators once again. Let me go ahead and shout out all of my contributors before I let out a fighter chip. Thank you to Marquetta. Thank you to Natasha. Thank you to Dion, thank you to Coco, thank you to Jess, thank you to Anya, thank you to Kiwana, thank you to Bring the Mess TV, thank you to Tiff, Natasha, and my baby mother FB. You guys know all of the donation options and information are in the description box below. Honey, never hesitate to let a nigga know that you love them for real, okay? I appreciate you all. Tell a friend of a friend of a friend. Shout out to the 43.5K and counting. And I will see you guys sooner than later. Peace.